Colleagues, before we begin our proceedings, I would like to say a few words regarding the special measures in place today.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020, the application of Standing Order 17 will be suspended for the current sitting to allow members to practice physical distancing. Members desiring to speak and address the chair may do so from any seat in the House.
As members know, this will be a hybrid sitting of the House. Some members will be participating via video conference and some will be participating in person. A brief reminder to all members that in order to avoid issues with sound, members participating in person should not also be connected to video conference. For those joining via video conference, I would like to remind you that when speaking, you should be on the same channel as the language that you're speaking.
Finally, I ask that all members tabling a document or moving a motion sign the document and bring it to the table themselves.
Nous avons un appel au règlement.
Point of order, the Leader of the Government.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think that you will find an unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, during the debate on government business number 8 later this day, a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments, provided that members may be permitted to split their time with another member, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate pursuant to this order, the committee shall rise, the motion shall be deemed withdrawn, and the House shall adjourn until Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020, pursuant to the order adopted on Tuesday, May 26, 2020.
Normally, when there's a request for unanimous consent, the chair asks the affirmative whether members agree.
Since this is a hybrid session of the House, if the chair proceeds this way and there are dissenting opinions, notably in terms of the members participating via video conference, they may not be heard.
For the sake of clarity, I will only ask for those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. In this way, the chair will hear clearly if there are any dissenting voices, and I will accordingly be able to declare whether or not there is unanimous consent to proceed. All those opposed to the Honourable Ministers moving the motion will please say nay. Hearing none. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to the order adopted on May 26th, the House will now break out into the Committee of the Whole to examine questions related to the COVID-19 pandemic and other subjects.
The committee will begin its proceedings with the questioning of ministers on matters relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and other matters for a period not exceeding 95 minutes. La présidence.
The Speaker will recognize members of all recognized party and a member who is not member of a recognized party in the proportions followed during the special committee of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Will be recognized for not more than 5 minutes, which may be used for posing questions to a minister of the Crown, and members are permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the chair. Veuillez noter que
Please note that we will suspend this part of the sitting halfway through for a short period to allow the employees who provide support to the sitting to substitute each other safely.
And where are we here? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président,
Chair, the Prime Minister is under investigation for granting a $900 million contract to an organization he has personal ties with. Can the Prime Minister recuse himself formally from the decision-making process? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, no. The impartial public service has clearly said that this is the only organization able to provide this service in the deadlines necessary. We would have liked to have done otherwise, but the minister does support this project.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister was under investigation for the SNC Lavalin scandal, he refused to give the Ethics Commissioner all the evidence that was asked for. He also prevented 9 people from providing their full testimony. So a simple yes or no question: will the Prime Minister commit today to waiving all privileges and confidences so that the Ethics Commissioner can do a full and proper investigation? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite has laid out is simply not the case. We will always cooperate fully with officers of Parliament, including the Ethics Commissioner.
A Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, it's the Prime Minister who said something that wasn't true. When he was under investigation the last time, he refused to waive full and complete privileges and confidences, preventing not only the former Attorney General, but also people within the PMO from being able to fully participate in the investigation. That is his modus operandi when it comes to a scandal investigation. He does everything he can to prevent the full truth from coming out. So simple question, yes or no, will he waive all cabinet confidences and privileges this time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, in the last situation, we did the unprecedented step of waiving cabinet confidentiality, of waiving solicitors' client confidentiality in the situation so that the Ethics Commissioner could fully investigate the matter at hand. It was an unprecedented step we took because we deeply believe in transparency and accountability. That's what we did. We will continue to work with all officers of Parliament.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It was an unprecedented step because it was an unprecedented thing that the Prime Minister did. No other Prime Minister had tried to personally intervene in a criminal court proceeding, Mr. Speaker. So pardon me for not giving him a gold star for handing over some documents to the Ethics Commissioner. We know that he will not waive full cabinet confidences and privileges. He's refused to do so right now. So the Prime Minister's claim that several organizations were considered to manage the grant program that we eventually got. Can the Prime Minister name the other organizations that were considered?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nonpartisan Public Service made a clear recommendation that this was the only organization able to provide this service in the timeline needed. Obviously, the way this unfolded was not as intended, and that's why this charity is no longer administering the project. We will work with the Ethics Commissioner and answer any questions they may have, as we always do.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this charity has received many sole source contracts from this Prime Minister, some for millions of dollars. In the last few years, the real estate holdings that we has accumulated has gone from $11.9 million just a few years ago to $43.7 million. It's $43 million worth of real estate holdings. Can the Prime Minister inform the House whether any of the money that was allocated to this charity charity went to purchase real estate holdings.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, youth organizations in this country have done an exceptional job over the past years, and governments of all stripes have supported various youth organizations. I can highlight, indeed, that the previous Conservative government provided $500,000 in funding to WE over the periods of 2012, 2013 and 2014. We believe in investing in young people, particularly during a time of pandemic where they want to be involved and they can be involved.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, a very brief question, please.
Who in the Prime Minister's office discussed the grants program with WE?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the nonpartisan public service was the one that made the recommendation to move forward with this organization as the only organization capable of delivering what we needed in the time necessary.
Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, given the great relationship we have with the Speaker, that I express my concerns. The Bloc Québécois has great legitimacy in its representation in Quebec. It works also with the Premier of Quebec and the National Assembly of Quebec, but I'm concerned of a verbal aggression, a serious insult, did not receive a sanction that was worthy of this insult. This is a dangerous precedent that we should not experience when things are said in an disrespectful manner. And I won't say more about this, but I'd like to give the Speaker my full trust for the future of things, but we have to be very vigilant. Today, the government is going to clarify our deficit that is historic for Canada, and a high deficit could be justified, but it depends what we do with this money. We have to have a clear commitment to revise the CERB, which it seems to be supporting a return to the workforce. We have to take account of the specific needs of the seasonal industry. And when we have 14 million going to the provinces and jurisdictions, or when we clearly fail in a fixed cost program, it means we always haven't done the best possible things with the money we've we've borrowed to spend during this crisis. Another clear example is that all the money Canada is said to have benefited from, Air Canada rather. Air Canada has had $800 million, a wage subsidy, a history of offering very poor French in its services, dumping practices in Quebec regions to cut costs, and now serious cuts across Canada and in Quebec regions. Does the Prime Minister agree that Air Canada has very poorly served Quebec regions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I truly appreciate the member's question. I'd like to underscore that there was a rather long preamble, so I'd like to summarize and answer this question as best possible, starting with Air Canada. On a couple occasions, we have seen members of the Bloc suggest that we shouldn't help workers of some organizations or from some companies because they do not agree with their objective or behavior. The decision that the government took at the beginning of this pandemic was to help families in Canada who are in need. We didn't look too much at which companies were involved because workers who have a job need this income to pay their groceries, to help their families and pay their rent. So we made a choice to invest and support in these families across the country, and that's what we did. Whether this person worked for Air Canada or for a small company at the end of their street, this is the choice we made, because if we did not invest to help these families, if we didn't spend to help these workers, they would have had to borrow on their credit card or to increase their mortgage or get further into debt. We have the lowest rates of interest as a federal government, and it costs us less to borrow. And that is why what we're able to do is manageable, and we can do it to help Canadians throughout this crisis so that we can control this spread of this virus and also ensure that our economy will recover as quickly as possible. This is a choice we made as a government and the choice we made as a party. Obviously, our opponents perhaps would have liked us to do a bit less, but that would have meant that Canadians would have had to have gone further into debt. And for us, this was unacceptable because it would have jeopardized these people and it would have also hampered our economic recovery. This is the choice we made, and this was the right choice, Mr. Chair.
Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, we know that our country is in a difficult situation, and that's going to require making some difficult choices. So I want to ask the Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister make the choice of stopping the help to Canadians who are their fair share?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our choice as a government was very, very clear. We chose to help Canadians. We chose to send the help that was needed to families right across the country. Over 11 million Canadians benefited from the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the wage subsidy, and we will continue to help those families in need. That is the choice we made, and that will allow us to both control the spread of the virus and assure that our economy comes back strongest. We will continue to stand up for the most vulnerable and for all Canadians who need it.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take that as a no then. Let me ask more directly. Will the Prime Minister commit to ending the use of offshore tax havens, which cost our economy billions of dollars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everyone must pay their fair share of taxes. That's why when we took office 5 years ago, we invested over $1 billion in the Canada Revenue Agency to be able to crack down further on tax avoidance and tax evasion. We've taken many measures since, and we will continue to work extremely hard to ensure the integrity.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I guess I'll take that again as a no. The Prime Minister is not willing to take on offshore tax havens. How about this? Will the Prime Minister put in place a wealth tax on those who have fortunes of over $20 million, so that those richest Canadians are actually paying their fair share instead of putting the burden on working families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the very first thing when we came into office as a government 5 years ago, we did was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lower them for the middle class. And if I can remind everyone, the NDP voted against that, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby South.
Le Président, pour être clair.
Thank you. To be clear, is the Prime Minister ready to end tax havens and tax loopholes and make sure that the richest among us pay their fair share? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Chair, since the beginning of this pandemic, we have concentrated on helping Canadians who needed help. We have invested in charitable organizations and direct help to families who needed it throughout the country, and that's still our priority. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Decisions that this government has made. The Prime Minister moved very quickly to spend nearly $1 billion, to give nearly $1 billion to his friends at WE, but to date, Canadians living with disabilities have not received any support. When will all Canadians living with disabilities finally get the help they need?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot for Canadians right across the board, including for Canadians with disabilities, but we know we need to do more. That is why we put forward a proposal to do more for Canadians with disabilities, but unfortunately political games in this House prevented us from being able to move forward on it. We continue to work on delivering for Canadians with disabilities despite the opposition of the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We've seen Mr. Speaker, we've seen some serious concerns across this country with the use of wellness checks by police. And in cases, we've seen wellness checks by police result in the death of the person that was supposed to be checked on. Will the Prime Minister commit to a review of the use of wellness checks and the way they're conducted and ensure that healthcare providers and healthcare professionals are responding instead of the police?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a problem with systemic racism. This is something that has gone on for far too long, and I want to thank all Canadians who are speaking up now and lending their voice to moving forward on this cause. We have just had 2 days of cabinet retreats in which various ministers have been tasked with specific responsibilities to move forward on things like policing, on justice reforms, on a broad range of issues that will counter the systemic discrimination that exists in this country.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Did anyone in the Prime Minister's office discuss the $900 million contract with anybody in the WE organization?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would first of all like to remind everyone that the Canada Student Service Grant was an opportunity for students to connect with not-for-profits and be able to participate in their communities to help heal communities.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Did anyone in the Prime Minister's office discuss this $900 million contract with anyone at WE?
The Honourable Minister.
The independent, nonpartisan public service actually referred and suggested that we use WE Charity. We accepted the recommendation.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Did anyone in the PMO talk with anyone at WE about this contract?
The Honourable Minister.
The public service made a recommendation that we should use this charity. We accepted the recommendation and proceeded.
Member for Carleton.
Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, our government is always here to support Canadians because we know it's an unprecedented and challenging time. We will be there.
For Carleton.
So the Minister has confirmed that the PMO did talk with WE. Did the Prime Minister or any member of his family talk directly with WE about this contract before it was awarded? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
I think it's really important that the member correct the record because the member should not be putting words in my mouth. What I have said clearly is that the public service made a recommendation. We accepted their recommendation.
Member for Carleton.
I asked a yes or no question. I finally got a yes, so I was merciful that we finally got an answer. So if the Minister wants to correct herself, then I'll allow her to do that, as the House will welcome that clarification. So again, yes or no, did anyone in the PMO talk with anyone in WE about this contract before it was awarded? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
As has clearly been stated, the public service made a recommendation for WE Charity to advance this program. We accepted their recommendation.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
So we've gone from yes to maybe. So a different question now. Will the government table the list of all other organizations that were considered as potentially able to deliver this $900 million student volunteer program?
The Honourable Minister.
As the member knows very well, yesterday at Finance Committee, members of all parties passed a motion to have us appear and this information be made available.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
So how many different organizations were considered before the $900 million was granted to WE? How many?
The Honourable Minister.
Once again, clarification. There was a third party that was recommended by the public service to advance this program. When it comes to the suite of programs we put forward for students, there is a suite of programs of $9 billion to ensure that—
Honourable Member for Carleton.
How many other organizations were considered? How many?
The Honourable Minister.
The public service made a recommendation for WE Charity to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant. We accepted their recommendation.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
One last time, how many other organizations were considered?
The Honourable Minister.
I guess one last time, the public service made a recommendation for this organization to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant. We accepted their recommendation.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Is that a big WE or a small WE? that's my question.
The Honourable Minister.
I have to say that we do appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation about how we support all Canadians during this time. We know that students have also been impacted, and that's why the suite of programs has been made available.
For Carleton.
This will always be students and Canadians.
Looks like we have a hard time getting answers. All right, Madam Minister, would the government be prepared to table today a full list of all other organizations that were considered to deliver this $900 million grant?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, what's clear is that our focus is on delivering programs for Canadians, including students. This information is being requested by the Finance Committee. All members of all parties have been able to advance that motion, and we will make sure it's available.
Nous allons maintenant continuer avec l'honorable député.
We will now continue with the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been a little while since we saw each other, but since then, a lot has happened in Canada. And unfortunately, very bad things. Within 2 weeks, the Prime Minister has been defeated at the UN, has seen Canada's credit rating reduced, and there is another ethics investigation into the Prime Minister. There's a real hat-trick here of bad management. How can the Prime Minister explain to Canadians such a catastrophe?
L'honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister. We are just going to stop the timer there.
L'honorable Leader du gouvernement dans la Chambre.
The Honourable Leader of the Government. Yes, hello. It's very nice to see you and see our colleagues. Over the last few weeks, the government has continued making every effort to support Canadians who have lost their jobs, who need assistance, as well as health workers and small and medium businesses. And the Canadian government will always work hard for all Canadians. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. This government is so proud of its sad hat-trick that they had trouble finding someone to answer the question. But ultimately, the question was not answered because this hat-trick was scoring its own net 3 times. These are 3 major failures. And there's been another hat-trick because for the first time, the Prime Minister is undergoing an ethics investigation. How can the government minister defend his Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister.
L'honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, once again, I would just say that, nonpartisan public service made a clear recommendation that this was the organization that would be able to satisfy and provide this service in the timeline needed. When it comes to the Ethics Commissioner, what's been always clear is that we will always work with officers of Parliament, including the Ethics Commissioner.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Chair, it is shocking to see that after these 3 failures in 15 days, this government is having so much trouble finding someone to answer simple questions on the Prime Minister's ethics, on the credit rating, and the government's failure at the UN. Now today, we have learned that Canada has the worst unemployment rate in the G7, 13.7%. And yet, somehow in my riding, there are businesses that are facing a labor shortage. So we have the worst unemployment rate, and yet there's also a labor crisis. Why? Because these liberal policies have not been properly implemented in the current situation. Why is the Liberal government putting into place these measures? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, since the beginning of the pandemic, this government has taken action to support Canadians, workers, and businesses. We have helped Canadians. We have helped them get through this crisis, and we will continue to do so, because what's really important here is to make sure that Canadians' priorities are their health and safety. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you. The initial policies the government took were needed. Yes, it was a crisis, but now we're in the recovery. And yet, we're seeing that these these policies that worked during the crisis are being applied now during the recovery, but they're no longer right. What would you say to companies in my riding that need employees but can't find anyone because people are still depending on the CERB? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, since the very beginning of this crisis, our government has taken concrete and decisive action. We have supported workers with the wage subsidy. We have supported families with the CRB. If we hadn't done that, we would be in a much worse situation today. We are going to continue to support Canadians during this crisis. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Chair, yes, these policies may have been good during the crisis, but they're not right for the recovery period. The CERB and the wage subsidy are hurting the Canadian economy at a time when it's trying to recover. Why doesn't the Liberal government create policies that are appropriate for today's situation? The Honourable Minister. We are indeed adapting to today's circumstances. We are still in a pandemic and we want to support Canadians, workers, businesses. We have implemented measures to support businesses and in order to help Canadians during this difficult reality. We are going to support Canadians and help them prioritize their health and safety.
Donan St. Paul.
I'll be splitting my time with the member from Leeds Grenville. Mr. Chair, it's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there's a new scandal. Does the Prime Minister believe it was ethical to award a near $1 billion exclusive contract to his friends at We Charity, yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the nonpartisan public service made a clear recommendation that this was the organization able to provide this service in the timeline needed. We accepted their recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Given the ongoing ethics investigation, will the Prime Minister and his family be stepping back from their involvement with the We Charity until the investigation is concluded, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, at the recommendation of the public service, we accepted the recommendation. It's well known that the Prime Minister and his wife have spoken at We Charity events, and we will work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions that he may have.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
I think it would be inappropriate to continue involvement with an investigation ongoing with the Ethics Commissioner, but at the very least, will the Prime Minister confirm he will not invoke Cabinet confidence on this matter and commit to full transparency and allow the Ethics Commissioner to complete his investigation free from interference, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, yesterday the Parliamentary Finance Committee passed a motion supported by all parties requesting answers. That information will be provided and people will get to those answers. It should also be noticed that when it comes to We Charities, there is multiple parties in the House that have interaction with them, including the member from Edmonton, West Squewen, was at We Day. Prime Minister Stephen Harper hosted We Day at a...
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. Oh, I'm sorry, we're splitting. Leeds Grenville, I'm sorry. Please.
Does the Prime Minister see a conflict of interest in taking part in the Cabinet decision to award this $900 million sole source contract to his friends at the We Charity?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the nonpartisan public service made a clear recommendation that this was the organization able to provide this service in the timeline needed. We accepted their recommendation.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
One of the charity's co-founders made a donation to the Prime Minister's electoral campaign. Does the Prime Minister see the conflict of interest in taking part in the decision to award this sole source contract worth $900 million to his donors?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, first of all, our focus is going to be on delivering for Canadians, including the most vulnerable and impacted disproportionately, including students. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Finance Committee passed a motion supported by all parties for this information to be available. We will work to ensure that information is available. When it comes to the recommendation of it was made by the public service. We accepted their public service. When it comes to the ethics investigation, we will work with independent officers.
Go ahead. Oh, there we go.
Mr. Chair, during the last Ethics Commissioner's investigation into the Prime Minister, bearing his name with the number 2 beside it, which is the reason because there have been multiple ethics investigations into this Prime Minister. The Commissioner found that 9 individuals identified themselves as having information that would further the investigation. They were not able to testify as witnesses because they were shielded when the Prime Minister invoked cabinet confidence. Will he commit to this House that he will not invoke cabinet confidence during the 3rd investigation into his failure to follow the Act?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as we have always done since taking office, is work with independent officers of Parliament. When it comes to the Ethics Commissioner, we have always complied and made ourselves available. That was a clear difference between our government and the previous government under Stephen Harper. They continuously undermined independent officers of Parliament. Clearly, we see that taking place now. We will work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure the information is available, and we will continue to ensure that we are here to support Canadians. That is our priority and remains our focus.
Number 4 Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. A brief question, please.
Mr. Chair, the minister's statement is not true. I quote the report. During this examination, 9 witnesses informed our office that they had information they believed to be relevant, but that could not be disclosed. According to them, this information would reveal a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council. Will they waive the confidence in this case, unlike the last time?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, it should be noted that when it comes to what the member is referring to, the Prime Minister actually waived solicitor-client privilege for the period in question, including cabinet confidence. This has never taken place and surely would not have happened under the Conservatives. It surely wouldn't have happened under Stephen Harper. We will always work with our independent officers. That's what we do on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Chair, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, have bought up most of the cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo in their quest to dominate the lithium battery industry. UNICEF estimates that 40,000 children are labourers in the DRC. What measures has the government taken to protect the human rights of the children forced to extract this cobalt?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the very important question. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows well, and as this House knows well, human rights is a core pillar of our foreign policy, Mr. Speaker. And everywhere around the world where we can stand up and speak up for people who have been victim of violation of human rights, we will stand up and we will speak up for them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Well, on 2 previous occasions, Speaker, I've questioned the government in regards to human rights violations by the Chinese Communist Party in China and Hong Kong, and I've only received expressions of varying degrees of concern. So I'm thankful that the government actually rescinded the extradition treaty with Hong Kong. Could the government tell us what other steps they are taking to assist 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong and open the door to Hong Kong refugees?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the very important question. It may complement not only, Mr. Speaker, we suspended the extradition treaty, but we stopped the export and sensitive items to Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. We updated our travel advisory, and tonight I will have a Five Eyes call with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to explore with colleagues and the international community the additional steps we can take. And the Prime Minister has been clear, Mr. Speaker, that we will be looking at other measures, including immigration, and we'll come back to this House in due course.
Honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
That those who are refugees would like that exploration to be done expeditiously. What measures are being taken to reassess our relationship with the People's Republic of China, given new evidence from Associated Press of forceful population limitations being imposed on Uyghurs by the CCP, especially given these kinds of acts are indicators of genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Just to go back to the previous question of the member, I can point to Chris Patten, the former governor of Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. We said that he was expressing support for the measures taken by Canada and the leadership by Canada when it comes to Hong Kong. When it comes to the Uyghur question, Mr. Speaker, we are deeply disturbed. And we should all be disturbed in this House about the allegation and the reports that we have seen. We will continue to work with the international community.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also deeply disturbed, but we should be clear that our thoughts and our prayers are not enough. Is the government prepared to recognize that Muslims in China are facing an ongoing genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would say we went well beyond words, Mr. Speaker. We took actions and the world noticed. When it came to Taiwan, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Hong Kong, Canada not only spoke out but was front and center in taking actions to stand up and speak.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Uyghurs specifically, is the government prepared to recognize that Uyghur Muslims in China face an ongoing genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Let me be very clear with Canadians in this House. We are deeply disturbed by the reports that we have seen. We are consulting with the international community. Canada will continue, as it always been, to speak up and stand up for human rights around the world, Mr. Speaker, and that will be the case when it comes with the Uyghurs. I've raised this issue both privately and public with the Chinese authorities, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
If the minister is not prepared to use the word genocide, will he recognize that what we're reading about constitutes crimes against humanity under international law?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear again. I will answer very clearly to the member. Like I said, we are deeply disturbed by the reports, like everyone in this House should be, Mr. Speaker. We are consulting with the international community. We will speak up. We will stand up for human rights with the Uyghurs, with all the ethnic minorities in China, which are...
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
We all feel those feelings, but feeling disturbed is not enough. I asked about genocide. I asked about crimes against humanity. Let me ask one more important question. Is the government prepared to impose Magnitsky sanctions against those involved in gross violations of human rights in Xinjiang, in Hong Kong, or elsewhere in the People's Republic of China? Yes or no, Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
The answer will be simple. Yes, we are considering all the options when it comes to standing up for human rights, Mr. Speaker. Like I said to the member many times, and I welcome him, we should speak with one voice, Mr. Speaker. This is not a political issue. This is about fundamental values and principles that Canadians who are watching at home are sharing with us. There's no politics in that, Mr. Speaker. Canada will stand up and speak up for human rights around the world.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge. Mr. Chair, will the fiscal snapshot include specific funds for the energy and resource sector? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Today's snapshot will present the investments that our government has made since the beginning of the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Chair, will the fiscal snapshot include what funds will be allocated for businesses that use personal checking accounts and want to apply for the CEBA program?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today's snapshot will present the investments that we've made with the Economic Response Plan. We will present the numbers, the amounts that have been for the CEBA, for the CERB, for the different investments that...
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Chair, will the fiscal snapshot indicate if the wage subsidy program can be extended within the budget allotment?
The Honourable Minister.
From the very beginning, our government has been acting promptly and decisively to make sure that we are supporting Canadians, workers, businesses, non-profit organizations, and vulnerable...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Chair, what percentage of the $1 trillion worth of debt is termed out over 2 years?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, our government acted decisively and promptly to make sure that we supported Canadians, workers, businesses, and we will present...
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Chair, my province has announced a recovery plan. What date can we expect a recovery plan from this government, including a comprehensive fiscal update?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while this situation continues to be very volatile, our government is committed to continuing to be transparent with Canadians about what we know and what we don't know.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Chair, we're all here today, and this government claims accountability. Why on earth would the finance minister schedule this fiscal snapshot after question period?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I invite the honourable member to stay this afternoon as the Minister of Finance will be presenting the economic snapshot.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
I think the only explanation for doing it after and not before is to avoid actually taking questions on the update. But why don't, well, maybe this minister can ask us how much interest is going to be, or Canadians going to have to pay to service the debt that is expected to hit $1 trillion before the end of the year.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, going into the global pandemic, Canada was in a great position to deploy our fiscal firepower to protect Canadians, and we have. A worst-case scenario for Canadians and the economy would have been to not act.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, that's not true. Before COVID hit, this government's track record of mismanagement compromised our ability and our fiscal capacity to deal with the crisis. This government inherited a balanced budget, a near full employment economy, and a AAA credit rating, and has squandered all of it. Will this minister tell us what is the cost to service Canada's debt?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, depuis le début de la pandémie.
From the beginning of the pandemic, Canada was in a good position to deploy financial assistance that would protect Canadians, and that's what we did. Canada's plan to respond to COVID-19 includes giving workers and Canadians the financial support that they need to get through this crisis.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
How much will the downgrade of Canada's credit rating add to our cost to service debt?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, depuis le
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this crisis, we've been clear and we've been transparent with Canadians. We will continue to do so, and we will support Canadians during this crisis.
Rocky Ridge, a brief question, please.
Further downgrade.
The Honourable Minister.
I'm going to have time for one more.
Yeah, you will.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chair, we're in a good financial position to continue to support Canadians.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
The Auditor General tabled only 3 reports. Typically in this session they would table 7 or 8. When will the government fully fund the Auditor General so the Auditor General can do their job?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is unfortunately not enough time to commend the work of the Auditor General and to say how much work we need to do. We look forward to working with him.
We'll now break for a short time so that our staff can safely change position and continue to provide a great service that they have been providing over the last little while.
On est prêt à recommencer.
We're ready to restart.
We're ready to restart.
The honourable member for Patriotes-Les Verchères. I'm going to share my time with the member from Manicouagan. After Air Canada abruptly announced that it was going to cut service to Quebec's regions, there are many transporters indicated that local... The interpreter regrets, but the member is dragging paper over the microphone, and what he is asking cannot be heard properly. The Honourable Minister.
Malheureux de passer avec la décision de Air Canada d'annuler une
Air Canada's decision to cancel 30 regional flights is disappointing for populations that are affected. We understand the situation with Air Canada, which is flying with planes that are almost empty and is losing a lot of its revenue. We are following the situation closely.
Pierre Boucher des Patriotes.
Pierre Boucher, Patriotes Verchères. Local service is essential. Air Canada got $800 million from the federal government. They also received the wage subsidy. Air Canada has a monopoly and is constantly being protected by the government, especially the federal government. What are we going to do to make sure that these regions have essential service? There are small airlines who want to provide that service but don't want Air Canada getting in the way because they are practicing unfair competitive practices. The Honourable Minister. We understand the situation. It's disappointing for regions that are affected. People depend on airlines. We're following the situation closely. At the same time, it must be recognized that Air Canada is flying with planes that are often less than full, and they're losing money every time they do so. We are looking at the situation. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Patriotes-Les Verchères. In Quebec's regions, that service is very essential. The Minister, a brief response. I work for all the citizens of our country, and I'm very proud to do so. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We've said in Eastern and Quebec and in all of Quebec, in Montjély, Baie-Comeau, Gaspésie, there are cuts from Air Canada right now and certain lines that are no longer available. This is quite disappointing. And I have people in my riding. I'm thinking about a woman who is trying to work with Air Canada because she couldn't get her flight refunded. And Air Canada is now closing its services in her region. She doesn't even have access to this. So all of Eastern Quebec, there are people who are trying to find a Quebec solution. I'm thinking about my colleagues from Avignon, Matane, and from Témiscouata-les-Basques who are working here and who are defending this project. And I'm wondering, where is the Minister of National Revenue on this file? And I'd like to know if she also supports our regions. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, once again, I don't want to repeat myself, but I understand the situation in the regions that are affected by this. Right now, planes were often far from capacity, and Air Canada was losing money. We are examining the situation, and I have had dialogue with the minister last week, so I'm quite aware of the situation and of the concerns across the country. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I won't repeat myself, but what I would tell the Transport Minister is that there's a 30% increase in Montjély of passengers. That's what we saw recently. So that's not the way I read things. But the Minister of Transportation repeated himself, but I'd rather the Minister of Revenue tell us, because her riding is very affected. I'm thinking about the Magdalen Islands and the Gaspé region. We need a Quebec initiative and not help Air Canada. The Honourable Government House Leader. The Minister of Revenue is fighting every day for her constituents and for her region. She has discussions with the Quebec government, with the Minister of Transport. She's very active on this file, and she has no lessons to take from the bloc. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you very much.
Time with the member for Fleetwood, Port Kells. For the last few months, our government has been doing its best to protect Canadians against the COVID-19 pandemic. We followed the advice of our public health officials and allowed science to guide us down the right path. While the number of cases in Canada has gone down significantly and continues to do so, we know that a second, more deadly wave of the virus may be around the corner. With provinces reopening their economies and loosening travel restrictions, many seem to have forgotten that this virus is still a threat. And others remain worried and scared for the second wave that is coming.
Since a second wave of COVID-19 may be around the corner, and our neighbors to the south still haven't been able to contain the first wave of the virus, it's even more essential to be cautious in terms of our travel restrictions and the opening of our borders.
Reached out to me to ask why we're allowing Canadians to travel abroad this summer if travel is what brought the virus to Canada in the first place. While I do trust that we are prepared and are enforcing safety measures to prevent those who choose to travel from spreading the virus, I'd like to ask the Minister of Health what specifically our government is doing to protect the health and well-being of Canadians during the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically with regards to travel regulations.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to thank the member for Saint Laurent for this question.
Are continuing to encourage Canadians to avoid all non-essential travel, and she's absolutely right. As we flatten the curve here in Canada, and we're making great progress in that regard, the cases around the world are rising, in fact, at astronomical rates in some countries. And so we continue to provide the travel advice to Canadians that it is best to stay home. We will continue to evolve our advice based on the evolution of the pandemic and how it evolves in other countries. But it's really important for Canadians to remember that if they can avoid travel, that they should do so. Also, it's really important that if you are pursuing non-essential or essential travel, that you stay home if you're sick. Nobody needs to travel if they are unwell or concerned about their health. And when you're traveling, if you are pursuing travel as a Canadian, it's very important to monitor your health closely and report to local public health as soon as possible should you develop any symptoms so that you can be properly assessed.
For Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Communities across British Columbia have been looking for signs of economic recovery during the global pandemic. Public infrastructure projects are a key driver of economic stability and renewal, and they also serve to make sure all British Columbians have access to the services and cultural networks they need to build resilient communities. That's why I was really pleased to see the federal government's commitment of more than $44.5 million last week for 21 projects across the Lower Mainland under the Investing in Canada plan. The announcement included the Cedar Cottage Neighbourhood House Redevelopment Project. This is an amazing project that will allow the Association of Neighbourhood Houses of BC to provide better services to Metro Vancouver's vulnerable population. It'll include spaces for childcare, supportive senior services, a commercial kitchen, community gatherings, and a space for an outdoor garden. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell the House what the government is doing to improve community outcomes and create jobs in my home province?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Fleetwood, Port Kells for his important question and his support of his community. Madam Speaker, our government's investments in community, recreation and cultural infrastructure are promoting the health and well-being of British Columbians and building strong, dynamic communities. And I would like to note that more than $19 million of the federal and provincial funding we announced just last week is going to 9 projects in Indigenous communities. I'm also happy to say that the second intake for projects in BC was announced on June the 25th. It will examine a new round of investments under the Community and Recreation Funding stream and under the Rural and Northern Funding stream. These new projects will be eligible for up to a total of $159 million in federal investments. I can also assure this House that many more infrastructure projects are coming in the next few months. Canada and British Columbia are working very well together to support jobs, improve our communities, and safely and sustainably restore economic growth.
Here, here. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Elmwood-Transcona. Madam Chair, this government encouraged people to apply for the CERB and deal with complications after, and that is exactly what has occurred, complications. In Manitoba, the Palliser government has decided to treat the $2,000 CERB as an excuse to cut provincial supports. Shame. EIA recipients who got CERB are now ineligible for future support. Instead of making sure provinces don't claw back federal help, why has this government chose to callously go after people who applied in good faith, in quotes, as fraudulent applicants? People in my riding who have their EIA paid out to landlords will no longer have their rent paid and are at risk of homelessness. This is a nightmare. Will this government respect Make Poverty History Manitoba's request and not require EIA recipients to pay back the CERB, forcing individuals deeper into poverty? Yes or no?
Speaker, I can assure everyone in this House that we are going after people who prey on the vulnerable, not the vulnerable. And I don't make any apologies for that. I can also assure you that I have worked extremely hard to get provinces to understand the importance of not clawing back the CERB. In these times, people have earned money. They're no longer earning money. They deserve the income replacement. Some provinces have chosen to take that up and not claw back the CERB. Others have not. And I continue to put both private, personal pressure, but also public pressure on those provinces. It's unfair to people with disabilities that their supports are being clawed back, and I continue to advocate for that not to happen. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Chair, small businesses are the heart and soul of Winnipeg Centre, yet this government has made their ability to survive questionable. Paul Taylor, who owns the Brick House Gym in Winnipeg Centre, said in quotes, "These rent assist programs are not a one-size-fits-all issue. Businesses have suffered from COVID-19. Programs need to be scalable to help Canadian small businesses survive." On top of the failure of the rent program that relies on landlords to sign on, the wage subsidy arbitrarily requires businesses to have their own CRA business number since before the pandemic. But a lot of small businesses do not, including many in the gig economy, in arts, film.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to allow the minister to respond within the time frame. There's only 18 seconds left. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, together with the provinces and territories, our government acted promptly and decisively by putting in front the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance in order to reduce rent by 75% for hard-hit small businesses. And our government is extending the program by a month. So we will go up until July. And this program is helping thousands of small businesses across the country. We will continue to monitor this program to make sure we support Canadian businesses.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After years of cuts to healthcare in Manitoba, the Conservative government here is now preparing to spend millions of dollars in private clinics to make up for surgery backlogs. That's money that could be invested in the public system in order to restore needed capacity. And we know that public delivery of services is the best way to realize the spirit and the promise of the Canada Health Act. So I'm wondering what the government is going to do to promote the public delivery of services.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, geez. Oh, there you go. Technological problem. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. This is critically important to all Canadians, regardless of which province they live in, and I want to thank the member for the question. Our government will always fiercely stand up for access to health care that is afforded to every Canadian through the Canada Health Act, and I will work with him personally to make sure that we understand the full nature of the proposed intent of the province. Thank you.
Member from Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, one of the reasons why I think the government's answer to this is very important, because one of the things that we've learned in the pandemic, or that's been publicized that many already knew, was that the state of long-term care in Canada has not been good. It has not been serving a lot of Canadians well, and we know on the evidence that that for-profit delivery of long-term care results on average in lower health outcomes for Canadians. We know that a lot of federal money is going to be required in order to get long-term care up to where it needs to be in Canada. We want the federal government to be convening meetings with the provinces now on how to do that. And we want the government to be a champion at that table for getting for-profit delivery of services out of long-term care. Is the government committed to doing everything it can to get for-profit delivery of long-term care off the table here in Canada?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Oh, sorry, the honourable minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Listen, as the Prime Minister has said, as I have said myself, we will stand with provinces and territories to make sure that every senior has the ability to live with dignity and safety, regardless of where they live. As the member knows, we've actually invested well over $4 billion into into home care in provinces and territories, because we know the best solution is to be able to stay in your home for as long as possible. We're going to continue to work in that vein with provinces and territories, but also, as we committed earlier throughout the pandemic, be with provinces and territories.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from Port Mamoody, Coquitlam. We're pleased to see that Canada is beginning to reopen. However, that means that Canadians need access to government services beyond the COVID. Many of the constituents have expressed concerns to me and frustrations that they're not able to access these important services. For example, my province of Manitoba has seen very few COVID cases, and yet the CRA Tax Centre in Winnipeg remains closed indefinitely, severely impacting both employers and taxpayers. What is the Liberal government's plan to safely restore CRA services?
The honourable minister. The honourable minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Chair, can you hear me? Yes? The objective of the CRA is to ensure the security and health of its employees as well. We are currently working to establish a possible return to work, but as I said, we always have a priority the safety of our employees, because it's very important for us to be able to offer quality services to Canadians. Thank you.
For Provencher.
Well, Madam Chairman, during the past few months, Canadian frontline and essential workers like truck drivers, bus drivers, manufacturers, farmers, restaurant workers, store clerks, gas station attendants, construction workers, bankers, mechanics, and even the media have found ways to work safely. Can the Prime Minister or the Minister explain why so many Canadian workers have found ways to do their jobs safely and the Liberal government can't figure out a way to restore public service to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister. L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Member for Provencher wants to add. There's no response.
It's shameful that they don't have an answer, Madam.
Sorry, is there a technical problem? Okay. Oh, okay. There might have been a technical problem. Is there a response from the Honourable Minister?
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur.
Yes, hello, Chair. I'd like to tell my colleague that many of our employees work from home. And I would like to pay tribute to the CRA employees who were able to help Canadians to receive the CERB and the student CERB, and 94% of these employees were working for Canadians, and 60% of them are women. And when we look what happened across Canada, where everything was shut down in terms of daycare services, I'd like to congratulate the employees of the CRA for their excellent work.
Member for Provencher.
Well, that wasn't an answer. The Auditor General has revealed a troubling failure of the Public Safety Minister in her latest report. Under this Liberal government, tens of thousands of individuals who are subject to removal orders are in Canada, including some with criminal ties. This unacceptable failure risks further undermining the integrity of our immigration system and public safety. Instead of wasting his time attacking law-abiding firearms owners with his legislation and regulations, why doesn't the Public Safety Minister do his job and enforce the removal orders?
A brief answer from the Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's an excellent example of exceptional work done by the Auditor General. I take the opportunity to thank him for his report. I'd also point out to the member that we've significantly increased the resources of CBSA to effect those removals because we know how important they are to a well-managed immigration system. And so we're making investments in something that a previous Conservative government cut to restore that capacity. We thank the Auditor General for his recommendations, and we'll be implementing all of them.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The restriction on Chinook fishing is threatening the livelihoods of British Columbians. I have a constituent who now fears potential bankruptcy because the Liberals choose to punish fishers for their own failures to restore salmon stocks. When will the Liberals stop scapegoating British Columbians and start dealing with the real threats to Chinook salmon like undertreated sewage and illegal and unreported fishing in the Fraser River?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chinook salmon are in a serious decline. We're taking measures to make sure that we're going to protect the stocks. It's a critically important piece of the work that we're doing. Fisheries management issues are something that are always difficult when people are impacted, but it's something that we know we have to do along with habitat restoration, climate change. All of these things are impacting the stocks. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to protect the Chinook salmon. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Liberals announced $45 million of funding for free and weekly periodicals. This includes ethnic media. But that funding will be divided among approximately 2,500 outlets, including English publications. The National Ethnic Press and Media Council of Canada said that this will barely scratch the surface and will not counter the pending collapse that awaits ethnic media. If the Liberals truly believe diversity is Canada's strength, will they stop treating ethnic media like an afterthought?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. Our government has been there for Canadian media, and we have been for years, Madam Speaker. We've invested more than $650 million to help media across the country, and I find it quite ironic that I would be asked what our government has been doing to help media when I hear that the platform for the member from Durham would actually cut back the $600 million support that we have provided for media, Madam Speaker.
Answer from the member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Reopens, the demand for PPE masks continues to grow, but the government is delaying the awarding of contracts to Canadian manufacturers. And on June 18, the minister said contracts were given to 25 Canadian companies and hundreds across the world. Will the government protect domestic production and give priority to made-in-Canada companies and Canadian supply chains?
Answer from the minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, but her question is somewhat misguided in the sense that we have placed incredible priority on domestic manufacturing. Over half of the face shields that are received already in Canada have been produced domestically, and we are well on our way to becoming self-sufficient, which we will intend to do to address future waves of this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we continue, I just want to remind members that are participating virtually to ensure that their cameras are on or not obstructed so that we can have a good functioning of the Parliament. L'honorable député de Montmagny-Liselay-Kamouraska.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Liselay-Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you. I will be sharing my time with the member for Oshawa. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell us how many public servants work for their government currently? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much. And I would like to say that every single public servant has been active since the beginning of the crisis to help Canadians in these difficult circumstances. The Honourable Member. Well, I will assist the Minister. We're talking about 285,000 public servants. Does the Minister believe that these individuals are competent? I would like to reply. In fact, it's a great pleasure to reply, as I'm sure my colleague agrees, that here in Canada we are lucky enough to have an extraordinary public service. The Honourable Member, I agree with that. And that is why I have to wonder why the Prime Minister agreed to grant a $900,000 million to the WE organization. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
To again thank the honourable colleague for the question, and of course our priority will always be to support Canadian companies. I'd like to acknowledge the fact that of the production right now for personal protective equipment that we purchased, 40% of that has been allocated to Canadian companies because we've been able to mobilize industry and support them. And this is a proud moment for all Canadians, particularly those Canadian companies that have stepped.
Député, il n'y a pas point d'ordre pendant la période de questions.
There are no points of order during the question period. The Honourable Member. I'm asking a simple question. Who in Cabinet or the Prime Minister who authorized this granting of a contract without a bid for tender when we know that there are 285,000 public servants who could have done this very well? Why was it given to an outside organization? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, our nonpartisan public service has clearly indicated that this was the only organization that was capable of furnishing this service within the required timeline. The public service made a recommendation which we accepted. Thank you. The Honourable Member. And once the recommendation was made, is someone even managing this country? Who was the one who made the ultimate decision? What minister signed off on this contract? It's not the public servants who sign contracts, it's the minister. Who is managing the country? The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, as I said, the nonpartisan public service clearly made a clear recommendation, and we have accepted the recommendation. Because Canadians are a priority, and ensuring that Canadians have the services they need during the pandemic.
Madam Chair, Minister Blair promised on April 29, quote, "Steps have been taken to make it possible for victims to participate in parole hearings virtually by video conferencing. However, following his response, Lisa Freeman, who's a constituent of mine and her father was murdered in Oshawa, was told by the parole board, and I quote, they will no longer be implementing video conferencing. Why did the minister mislead Lisa Freeman, and when will he stand up for victims of crime and give them the opportunity to again fully participate at parole hearings?"
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you. I thank the member for the question. And the issue of victims and their families being able to attend at parole hearings is...
Interrupt for a second. I'm just wondering if the minister is having problems with his camera.
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, although it's on, it's not getting my image. I look as good as I usually do, so I apologize for not...
Okay, so we will continue. Okay, we will continue. Go ahead, Minister.
I'd like to answer the question. I'll provide a more fulsome description of myself later if you like, but it's a very important issue that the member raises. And so we've been working with the parole board to implement teleconferencing options across the country to allow people to safely participate in these circumstances. The precise circumstances of the case he raises, I am not familiar with. If he shares that with me, I'll make particular inquiries, because the attention of victims at these hearings, we know it's important to them, and we want to make sure that they have that ability.
Member for Oshawa.
I want to thank the minister, but I did ask him on April 29th. That's what he promised. That's what he promised, and that's not what the parole board delivered to victims of crime, and this government has to start taking these issues seriously. Madam Chair, Nadim and his mum in Oshawa are struggling to get people back to work at their hair salon. Employees either want to make under $1,000 per month or wait until September. Why has the government not adopted our plans so that Canadians are incentivized to return to work?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I can assure everyone in this House that the 8-week extension of CERB is absolutely reorienting towards incentivizing work, requiring people to look and seek and find work if they can. But the reality is people still need support, and we're going to be there for them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I'd actually like to ask her about it, but they're not given their economic selfie until after question period, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Tracy from Oshawa and thousands of travel agents have suffered greatly due to the restrictions of COVID-19. What's the government's recovery strategy to support this industry?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, of course, we're always there for all our businesses and entrepreneurs to make sure that they can make ends meet. And we know they're facing very difficult times during this pandemic and economic crisis. If my colleague has a specific case in mind, please come and see me and we'll be able to find options together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Canada's unemployment rate is the highest in the G7. What is Canada's unemployment rate?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, currently we're supporting Canadians, workers, and making sure that our businesses are supported during this very difficult time.
Westlock?
May's unemployment rate for Canada was 13.7. What's Alberta's unemployment rate?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, we have been putting every effort to make sure that we're supporting Canadians during these very difficult times. If they have lost their job or cannot work at this time, we have provided the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Alberta's unemployment rate is at 15.5%. How many days has it been since Alberta's energy workers have been promised help?
A brief answer from the Minister.
Madam Minister, I can give you today very high-level information about what we have been doing for Canadians, and this afternoon we will be giving a clearer picture and a snapshot on our economic fiscal agenda.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock. Are you also sharing your time? I just wanted to double check.
I am sharing my time with my good friend Philip Lawrence. Madam Chair, how many years has it been since Alberta has received net equalization?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Albertans should be proud of the contribution that Alberta and Albertans make to Canada's economy. We know that Alberta and the energy sector are an essential part of the strength of our country.
For Peace River Westlock.
45 years, Madam Speaker. What is the amount Alberta is shortchanged because of the cap on fiscal stabilization?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Question of fiscal stabilization and whether that is something that should be updated and modernized is a very good one. Bev Dalby has done some excellent academic research on that, and it's something that we're looking into.
From the member for Peace River Westlock, that's the last one.
Yes or no, will the government remove the cap on the fiscal stabilization program?
Very brief answer from the Deputy Prime Minister.
As I said, Madam Speaker, Bev Dalby has done some great work on this. We're looking carefully into it.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister went on a campaign-style tour of Ottawa small businesses, and he stopped at the Big Rig Brewery. On that very same day, they applied and they received a license to produce hand sanitizer. What is the average delay for a hand sanitizer license at Health Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank the hardworking officials at Health Canada who have managed to accelerate approvals for products that Canadians are making to help out with COVID-19, including hand sanitizer, many other products. The average time for approval now is between 1 to 7 days.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
So what I'm saying is that the average is much more than the same-day delivery service that they received at Big Rig. Does the minister believe that a PM photo op is a good reason to prefer one business owner over another?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reject the implicit allegation in that question. In fact, there is a very strong wall between the regulators in Health Canada and politicians for a very important reason. As you know, I've been asked in this House on numerous times why things are taking too long or why they're too quickly, in this case, happening. Neither has any influence by me as the Minister of Health. In fact, they're solely within the control of Health Canada regulators, and that's important.
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Did anyone from the PMO discuss the license application with the brewery?
The Honourable Minister, brief answer.
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the regulators act independently of politics.
Member.
Did anyone from the PMO office talk to Health Canada about the application?
A brief answer from the Minister.
Madam Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, this decision was made independently, as they all have been, by the regulators at Health Canada. It's an important wall that exists for an important reason.
Member?
Was there any direction, implicit or explicit, direct or indirect, from the the government, from the PMO or from the minister's office to Health Canada to expedite this license?
Sir, from the minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, Health Canada regulators act independently. The regulators and the assessors determine their decision based on the safety of Canadians, and that's it.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Essex. In my riding of South Surrey White Rock, the BNSF and Via Rail tracks remain a decades-long environmental and safety hazard. The trains run frequently, they reach unsafe speeds, they often carry dangerous goods and thermal coal, and are subject to frequent landslides. With increased access to the beaches and foreshores, people are trying to cross the tracks more than ever. There are two viable, safer alternate routes that would actually reduce the transport time by 30 minutes. What are the Ministers of Transport and the Environment doing to provide routes that are safer for the environment and residents?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, as you know, rail safety is my #1 priority, and I'm very proud of the fact that we conduct over 33,000 inspections and audits throughout a typical year. With respect to our railways, we will continue to do so to ensure the highest level of safety possible.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
I'm asking specifically about South Surrey White Rock.
The honourable minister, a brief answer.
And it applies to South Surrey White Rock, just like any other part of the railway system in Canada.
South Surrey White Rock.
Residents of my riding suffer from rare diseases, as Canadians do across the country. There are life-saving medications and hopeful therapies that can extend the health and life of those with ALS, cystic fibrosis, epilepsy, and more. Health Canada should work cooperatively with the FDA and health authorities in other countries to streamline Canada's approval process. For those in life or death situations especially, what is the Minister of Health doing to assist in bringing new disease-modifying medications such as Radicava and Trikafta to Canada?
The honourable minister. The honourable minister.
Sorry, on mute. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm extremely proud of a government that's focused on the affordability of medication and access of medication. And in that vein, as she knows, we've been taking steps that have not happened in this country to ensure that people have access to the medications they need. On the issue of Trikafta and other life-saving drugs that are not available in Canada, of course, we stand by, ready to work with the manufacturer, and we urge them to apply to market that drug in Canada, and I urge the member to encourage her constituents, in fact, all constituents across Canada, to work with the company to encourage them to apply.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Chair, at the onset of COVID-19, the Prime Minister promised that no individual and no business would be left behind. My hometown of Kingsville, in my riding of Essex, as well as our neighbours in Leamington, are the last two municipalities in all of Canada, and as of yesterday, finally were opened out of Stage 1 to Phase 2. Canadians are compassionate people. They understand that when others struggle, the rest of Canada comes to their rescue. Madam Chair, the very businesses that, when community groups ask for their support, they step up, are the very businesses that need our help today. Will the Prime Minister commit to immediate, targeted help to the hard-hit businesses in Kingsville and Leamington?
L'honorable ministre.
Madame la Présidente, depuis... The Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, since the beginning of this crisis, we have taken action. We have taken action for all Canadians in all parts of the country. We have created tailored programs in order to ensure that we can get through this crisis, and we will continue to do so for small businesses, for workers, and for Canadians.
Essex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Businesses in Kingsville and Leamington are weeks behind the rest of the country. They need a financial lifeline now. They need help. Here's what the government can do. Immediately institute our back to work bonus to help reopen our businesses and get people back to work. And refund the GST to all businesses that have remitted this year and stop collecting for the rest of the year. Will the Prime Minister commit to these measures so these businesses can back on their feet immediately?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, here's what the government is doing for businesses in Essex and Leamington: the wage subsidy, the rent relief program, the CEBA account, and also support through the FedDev agency. So if my colleague has specific issues with businesses in Essex and Leamington, please come. Let's have a conversation because FedDev is there to help. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll keep it brief. And I really want to thank the member opposite. I will be calling on your office. Thank you so very much, and I look forward to those conversations. We're starting to get somewhere for Leamington and Kingsville and Essex. Thank you, Minister.
Is there a brief response from the Minister? And I would just remind the member to address the questions directly to the Chair.
Well, thank you for the thank yous. Thanks.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise today, and I want to begin by saying that I want to express relief that the attack on Rideau Hall, where both our Governor General live and the Prime Minister and his family live, ended non-violently, and that Corey Huron was taken into custody. But I'd like to ask this, like the Honourable Minister, the Prime Minister, these names: Chantal Moore, Regis Kraczynski-Paquette, Dondre Campbell, Ijaz Ahmed Chowdhury, and Rodney Levi, not meaning any harm to anyone, killed during the process of a wellness check. They are dead. They were all Indigenous, Black, or racialized Canadians who are dead. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister if it isn't time to have a federal inquiry into the use of wellness checks to ensure that the people who are being cared for don't end up in the morgue.
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for a very important question, and this is an issue of grave concern to the government, but also to all Canadians. I think it's important to acknowledge that over 100,000 times each year, the police respond to calls for service for people in crisis, and the overwhelming majority of those matters are resolved peacefully. There's been an enormous amount of work done in finding alternative forms of response through medical crisis intervention teams, where we pair police and healthcare workers together with other community interventions, enhanced training for de-escalation. But I'm in complete agreement with the member that we need to do much more, and that's why will be working with the provinces and territories and with Indigenous leadership. First of all, to develop national standards for use of force and de-escalation training, but also to explore and invest in alternative methods of response to these very difficult situations to keep people safe.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The topic earlier today in question period, there were a number of questions about waiving cabinet privilege in matters that require investigation. It's, according to the Globe and Mail, as recently as March 2020, the RCMP were still investigating the SNC-Lavalin matter and whether obstruction of justice took place. I'm wondering if the Minister can answer the question whether the Prime Minister is at this point prepared to waive cabinet privilege in the matter of SNC-Lavalin.
The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, we support the work of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, and we trust our public officials. And we have always worked with them openly, and we will continue to do so.
An opportunity to ask a different question. Earlier in question period, there was some heckling, friendly banter, one might say, asking this Liberal government if it wasn't time to reconvene Parliament. I don't happen to think it is. I think we're in a pandemic, and I think we have to protect ourselves and our communities from the travel back and forth to this place and potentially spreading COVID-19. So my question to the Liberals is, when will we accept what the British Columbia legislature is already doing and allow voting from our constituencies so legislation can be passed in this place?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, that's an excellent question that should be asked to the Conservatives, because we all agree around in this place that we should be able to vote electronically, Madam Speaker. It's extremely important that this way you can have people here, people in their riding, they don't have to travel here, and all members will be able to vote. Now, let's ask the Conservatives why they don't support that.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank the Honourable House Leader. I'd be very happy to ask the Conservatives that, but I'm afraid questions go to the government members. So my question now to the government members are this. My question to the government members, we are having a lot of concern, particularly in areas such as mine near the U.S. border and Saanich Gulf Islands, of what's being called the Texas loophole. I don't think we actually meant to put in place something called a Texas loophole. I've spoken to the Minister of Public Safety. I'd like an answer to know what are we going to do to ensure that Canadian Border Services agencies do not let tourists into Canada for less than essential purposes, potentially spreading COVID-19.
The Honourable Minister.
Again, I'll thank the member very much for the question. We know that in response to the ongoing COVID pandemic, we have agreed with the United States to restrict all non-essential travel for such activities as tourism and recreation right across the border. Should a traveler be admitted, they're provided with they provide information that indicates that they are not to make any unnecessary stops. We know that there have been a number of cases. The RCMP and the police of jurisdiction have begun looking to determine whether there are violations, and enforcement has begun on these matters. We want to discourage people from entering our country, crossing that border for non-essential purposes while these restrictions remain in place.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Hamilton Mountain. As the economy starts to reopen and many childcare providers must reduce their capacity due to physical distancing measures, investments in childcare are more crucial now than ever. Since women make up half of Canada's workforce, there will be no recovery without women, and they cannot recover without childcare. Will the government commit to establishing universal, high-quality childcare?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to helping parents access safe, affordable, accessible, and quality childcare. Since 2015, we have brought into place over 40,000 affordable childcare spaces for families in need. We're committed to creating an additional 250,000 before and after school programs. We're committed to this sector because we recognize that early learning and childcare is crucial for our economic recovery.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Is that there isn't a national standard across the board. And today in committee, the Minister of Women and Gender Equality agreed to establish an act for childcare like the Canada Health Act to ensure that children and parents have equal access, no matter where they live in Canada, to high quality and affordable early learning and childcare. How long will Canadians have to wait for this act, and how will the government back it up with the necessary funding?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we have dedicated funding in the amount of $7.5 billion over the next 11 years. Those investments are continuing. We have also managed to continue to work on the renewal of the agreements we have with provinces and territories. I've indicated to the member that we have, as a Liberal government, we've been responsible for the creation of over 40,000 affordable childcare spaces. We're committed to creating over 250,000 before and after school childcare spaces.
Brief question from the member for London Fanshawe.
Access to childcare and then onward to post-secondary education continues to be out of reach for most Canadians. That's why the failed rollout of the Canada Student Service Grant is incredibly troubling, and it needs an immediate fix. This Liberal government continues to prioritize their friends who are richer over the needs of the other Canadians and many students. Will the government either cancel this program and transfer the funds to Canada Summer Jobs, or give grants directly to the volunteer sector?
The Honourable Minister, a brief answer.
Madam Chair, since the beginning of this pandemic, our focus has been on Canadians. We recognize that all Canadians have been impacted by COVID-19, and there's communities that have been disproportionately impacted. Our focus will remain to support students during this very challenging and unprecedented time, and that's why there's a suite of programs, $9 billion worth of programs to help students right now, because we know they also need that hand up. We will continue to be here for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, the government has expressed many times in this House that they have the workers' backs. But thousands of Canadian workers and their families could be put at risk in the coming months because they will be ineligible for benefits under the Wage Earner Protection Program if the company they work for claims bankruptcy in a foreign country like the United States. In 2018, Parliament passed legislation to fix this program, but the Liberals haven't bothered to do the order in council that would bring it into force. So why are they putting Canadian workers at risk, and when will they fix the problem?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
I guess nobody wants to answer.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for that question and assure the member that and all Canadians that we have been working very hard to protect workers. Things like the wage subsidy, the response benefit, the emergency response benefit, all these measures are implemented in order to protect workers. With respect to the Wage Earner Protection Program, yes, we have actually extended it and enhanced the benefits from 6 weeks to 7 weeks. So the entitlement is increased. That means more money in the pockets of workers. We're going to continue to work hard to ensure that workers are protected.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, but it's not enforced. And the problem is many people have already been ineligible because the government has been dragging their feet of when they're going to put the order in council. But this wasn't the only time they let Canadians down. In last year's Budget Act, the government included amendments to 4 different acts they said would enhance retirement security. The Labour Minister likes to refer to these as proof of her government's commitment to workers. But nearly half of these amendments are not even enforced. Again, Liberals dragged their feet and failed to do the necessary orders in council. So why does this government keep turning its back on Canadian workers and helping multi-corporations?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have to completely disagree with all due respect with the member's statement there and assertion. We have been working hard for workers from the time that we have been elected. And we have right off the bat implementation of C4, repealing 525 and 377, which were anti-union pieces of legislation. But look at some of the standards and enhancements we have implemented. Stronger labor standards, enhanced leaves, new leaves, flexible work hours. We have and we will continue to work hard for our workers in Canada.
A very brief question from the member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, again, I was hoping the Minister of Labour was listening. They're not enforced. It's on your website. It's been done by the Parliamentary of Legislation. They tell us. When are you going to put it in force? Quit doing the pretty words and put it in action.
Remind the member that he's to address all questions and comments to the chair. A brief answer from the Minister.
Madam Speaker, we have been working so hard for workers. We are proud of our record, and we're going to continue to build on that record. We have implemented many measures that have helped strengthen worker protection, and we look forward to the work ahead.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. I'm going to share my time with my colleague for Avignon-Amitis-Matane-Matapédia. For decades, Eastern Quebec, and especially my region, Bas-Saint-Laurent or the Lower St. Lawrence, have seen the quality and quantity of services in matters of transportation reduced. Whether it be over land or in the air, we have never been so badly served. Since 2010, Via Rail has reduced by half its service to the Lower St. Lawrence and has dispossessed itself of about a dozen of its own train stations last week. Air Canada cavalierly suspended flights to our vast region, except for the Magdalen Islands. This business has gotten its clients accustomed to often chaotic service without any consideration for the inconveniences this causes. Nothing guarantees that Air Canada will deign to resume flights in the fall or ever. Citizens, workers, and business people are left high and dry from one day to the next. Can the Minister of Transportation commit that Ottawa will not give in to Air Canada's demands by giving it more money when it's already gotten too much? The Honourable Minister. The interpreter regrets, but the connection seems to have been cut. We're going to stop the clock.
Excusez-moi, j'étais en sourdine, excusez-moi.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Could we put a few seconds back on the clock?
Okay, l'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, merci Madame la Présidente. Je comprends la déception.
I understand the disappointment of those who had booked regional flights throughout Quebec and throughout Canada. Right now, Air Canada's flights are not profitable due to the low number of people who are flying. This is an unfortunate situation. We are working with airlines to study the situation. When it comes to Via Rail, that's a Crown corporation, and it decides which trips it's going to implement because of the profitability of those routes. A brief question for the member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. When we compare 30%, there was a 30% increase of flights coming out of Montjoli's airport. The past has shown us that instead of encouraging Air Canada to offer better service, money given to this company has subsidized unfair competition with small regional airlines. Can the Minister of Transportation commit to getting out of this vicious cycle and accede to the wishes of the regions who've had enough? The Honourable Minister. We always encourage competition throughout Canada. If there are options other than Air Canada, I encourage airlines to provide service if they decide that it is profitable. When it comes to the Montjoli Airport, I will remind my colleague that for a flight to be profitable, normally the plane has to be full to 75 to 80% of its capacity. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. My colleagues have tirelessly repeated that regions in Quebec are being shamelessly abandoned, like Bas-Saint-Laurent, the Gaspé Peninsula, and they're struggling to get out of this crisis. These people pay the same taxes and income taxes as the large centres, and they're entitled to the same services. But people back home won't stay down. They're quickly rolling up their sleeves and launching initiatives, but they need a helping hand. Will the government commit to funding a project in Quebec that would ensure reliable, sustainable regional service and without getting us caught in the endless loop of funding Air Canada? The Honourable Minister. Service in the regions and throughout Canada is offered by airlines who decide to offer the service throughout the country. Right now, the situation is extremely difficult for Air Canada. I would like to correct something that my colleague said. Air Canada is not largely subsidized by the Government of Canada. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Air Canada has received a great deal of financial funding that other businesses in my ridings and many other ridings have not obtained during this crisis. Can the Minister of Transportation commit to working with Quebec's initiatives by reducing red tape, for instance, or authorizing new airlines and providing access to the national network instead of constantly subsidizing businesses like Air Canada, which, once again, are abandoning Quebec's regions? We encourage all airlines that are able to offer a profitable service to the regions to make those regional flights available. We've been encouraging that since 2015. This is a decision that the airlines have to make for themselves. There are other options in Quebec and Canada, but it's up to airlines to decide if they're going to offer those options or not. The Honourable Member, if she has a question, there can be a brief question and brief answer. Now, Service Canada. Weeks and months after non-essential businesses have reopened, citizens still don't have access to Service Canada. Montreal, Quebec, and Gatineau have reopened, but nothing in Canada's regions. When will the government provide the same services to the regions as elsewhere? Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Okay, do you want to take over? Is that what you want to do?
Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement s'est engagé à...
Our government has committed to ensuring that Canadians have access to benefits provided by Service Canada, which they need. We are recognizing that the progressive return to work
Canada à travers le pays. Les décisions
for 90 centers throughout the country. Our decisions are guided by public health considerations.
As they attempt to seek access to services and benefits that we have continued to make available through increasing access to those services through redeploying 3,000 staff and opening a 1,500 agent call center.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Chair, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Calgary Centre. The opioid crisis continues to spiral out of control. 170 deaths in the month of May alone in British Columbia. That's about equal to how many who have died of COVID during the entire pandemic. Opioid use tears families apart, leads to homelessness, and causes massive increases in street-level crime. Residents and business owners in my riding are fed up and are looking for action and leadership. This government has had nearly 5 years to provide action and leadership, and instead the problem worsens. How much worse does it need to get before words and virtue signaling are replaced by action, especially support for recovery?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for bringing forward an important question about opioid crises and overdose. As he knows, our government has been working over the last 5 years to undo a decade of damage to the work of substance use in this country as a result of extremely restrictive Harper government policies. Listen, I was on the front lines in Thunder Bay, watching people die of overdose time and again, and pleading with the federal government at that time to take action. They did not, and we have, and we will continue to work hard to ensure that we can prevent these deaths.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
A month ago, in this committee, I raised the issue of denied Canada summer jobs applicants. The minister kindly asked for more information, which my office provided to her. 6 organizations, including the Maple Ridge Downtown Business Association, are still without funds. When can they expect to receive their funding?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can assure the member that I thought those challenges were addressed, and I will follow up right after this committee. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, a very brief question.
Thank you. With the alarming rise of new COVID cases in the U.S., people in my riding, which is not far from the border, are worried about abuse of border loopholes. Writing them a ticket will not stop the spread of the virus. What measures are in place to ensure American travelers do indeed travel to Alaska swiftly? And what consequences exist for those who violate our trust and put the health of Canadians at risk by engaging in non-essential activities like sightseeing?
Minister.
Again, I'll repeat for the member that there are, in fact, strong measures in place. CBSA clearly articulates our rules and ensures that people have a plan for moving quickly from the United States through Canada into Alaska. There are real consequences for people that do not follow those rules, and there have been cases where local law enforcement and the RCMP have, in fact, enforced those rules. There are significant penalties for people who break those rules, and we're working very closely with our officials and with local law enforcement in various jurisdictions to ensure that people do not put Canadians at risk as they transit through this country. There are also potentially long-term consequences for those who choose to break their rules.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mark Kielberger of We Charity reported that the Prime Minister's office called in April to offer his organization the contract to administer the Canada Student Service Grant. Subsequently, Mr. Kielburger stated that he misspoke and that the call was with the senior official at Employment Canada. Can the Prime Minister confirm which official contacted Mr. Kielburger and why he didn't recuse himself from involvement in a $19.5 million payment to his friend?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I have stated, the nonpartisan public service made a clear recommendation that this was the only organization that would be able to provide the service in the timeline needed, and we accepted their recommendation. I will just state once again that yesterday the Parliamentary Finance Committee passed a motion supported by all parties requesting these answers. That information will be provided and people will get these answers. And when it comes to the Ethics Commissioner, we always work closely with independent officers of Parliament and we'll make sure they receive their information.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister said that We Charity is the only organization in all of Canada that could administer the grant. Can the Prime Minister tell us which official misspoke to him on this matter that he so badly misrepresented to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, once again, the nonpartisan public service made a clear recommendation that this was the only organization able to provide this service in the timeline needed. We work with the public service to deliver programs for Canadians. They made a recommendation. We accepted their recommendation. And now,
the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
PSAC National President Chris Aylward said Mr. Trudeau's claim that We Charity is the only one that can administer the new grant program is not only factually wrong, it's also insulting to our members. Shameful. But you look at Charity Intelligence, which rates charities across Canada. Charity Intelligence says that We Charity's financial filings are not current, and this contract alone is at least 4 times higher than their net administrative expenses over the last number of years.
Wow, shameful.
It's also offside with its banking obligations. Can the Prime Minister indicate to this committee today how he could possibly have been so badly misled by his officials to grant this lucrative contract to his friend?
Wow. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've stated, the nonpartisan public service made a clear recommendation that this was the only organization able to provide the service in the timeline needed. Obviously, the way this unfolded was not intended, and that's why the charity is no longer administering the project. We will work with the Ethics Commissioner. We are also going to work to satisfy the motion that members of all parties passed at the Finance Committee yesterday to ensure that this information is received. Our focus is working for Canadians, ensuring that they have the services and supports they need during this unprecedented and challenging time. That will remain our focus, is to ensure that we work together to support Canadians right now, and we will continue to strive to do better to ensure that those supports are in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for questions today. We have a point of order coming from the Leader of the Opposition, and I see the Leader, or the Member for Saanich Gulf Island has one as well, but we'll start off with the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I actually have a question of privilege that arises out of something from the exchange earlier today. This is the first opportunity I've had to raise it since that period just ended. I'd just like to draw your attention to the Prime Minister's answer to my question about the Ethics Commissioner and the cooperation that his office will or will not be providing. His answer says, I quote, "In the last situation, we did the unprecedented step of waiving cabinet confidentiality and of waiving solicitor-client confidentiality in the situation so that the Ethics Commissioner could fully investigate the matter at hand." This is in reference to the SNC-Lavalin scandal and the subject of the Trudeau Report number 2. Now, Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention again to the words "fully investigate the matter at hand," and why I believe that we have a case of the Prime Minister deliberately misleading this House. The Ethics Commissioner, in his report, has 3 quotes I'd like to read to you. I hope that you will find that there is a prima facie case of an attempt to deliberately mislead the House. First quote, "In the present examination, I have gathered sufficient factual information to properly determine the matter on its merits. Because of my inability to access all cabinet confidences related to the matter, I must, however, report that I was unable to fully discharge the investigatory duties conferred upon me by the Act." Second quote, Because of the decisions to deny our office further access to cabinet confidences, witnesses were constrained in their ability to provide all evidence. I was therefore prevented from looking over the entire body of evidence to determine its relevance to my examination. Decisions that affect my jurisdiction under the Act, by setting parameters on my ability to receive evidence, should be made transparently and democratically by Parliament, not by the very same public office holders who are subject to the regime I administer. Third quote, during this examination, 9 witnesses informed our office that they had information they believed to be relevant, but that could not be disclosed because, according to them, this information would reveal a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council and would fall outside the scope of Order in Council 2019-0105. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this case speaks for itself. The Prime Minister earlier today said that in the last scandal that he was involved with, he fully cooperated with the Ethics Commissioner. I've just read you 3 quotes directly from the Ethics Commissioner himself that fully contradict that. One of the tests that must be met in order for you to find a case of an attempt to deliberately mislead the House and a breach of privilege is that the member who makes the statement must know it to be false. Right. Well, this report is entitled Trudeau Report number 2. Right. There is no doubt that the Prime Minister knows about this finding. This was the subject of multiple exchanges in question period before the last election, and I leave it to you, Mr. Speaker, to find a prima facie case of misleading this House. Here,
I can just check with the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Was her point of order with the same point, privilege? No? Okay, we'll be back.
Completely unrelated.
We'll be back to you in a second then. Please be patient. Okay, I want to thank the honourable member. We'll take it under advisement and return to the House should we see fit. Another point of order. We have the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to briefly correct the record. In my earlier question, I referred erroneously to a Texas loophole. I was thinking of the people from Texas who claimed they were driving to Alaska. It is generally known as the Alaska loophole, and I apologize and hope to correct the record. Thank you.
Accepted. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time. The committee will now consider motion number 8 under government business.
Before we begin debate, I would like to inform honourable members about the way this debate will unfold.
Orders made earlier today, the chair will recognize a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party. Each member will be recognized for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Members may split their time with another member.
Members participating by video conference who would like to ask a question or make a comment to one of the speeches can indicate this to the speaker by using the raise hand function on the video conferencing platform. However, members participating here in the House can rise as they do usually.
The debate. Mr. Rodriguez moves that the House take note of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and measures taken by the government to respond to it. Debate. The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Since our government last provided an economic report, COVID-19 has spread swiftly across the globe. It brought a new disease onto our headlines, our dinner table conversations, and eventually our shores. From the beginning, we followed the guidance of public health officials. Governments across Canada have put lockdown measures in place to slow the spread of the virus and ensure that our healthcare systems could deal with the scale of the challenge that we faced. Businesses closed, schools closed, people stayed home. Our daily lives became unrecognizable. Many of us stopped going to work. Many others had to face this new reality without a job and the endless worries that that brings. Many others had to go to work on the front lines, where work took on new risks and new meaning. We went months without seeing our friends and relatives in a time of great fear and concern. We looked for new ways to gather, to connect, to mark the milestones in our lives. We spent a lot of time on video calls. And most importantly, we took the time to take care of one another. The nature of this crisis is completely unprecedented. It's a public health crisis and an economic crisis. Our collective decisions as Canadians to put each other's health above all else has meant we've flattened the curve faster than many other countries. Our average daily new cases have declined by about 80% from their peak in late April. Canadians' efforts saved thousands of lives. But Canadians also made great sacrifices to get here. Millions of Canadians have lost their jobs, lost hours, or lost wages. Businesses of all sizes are still facing uncertainty.
Through rapid and broad support, our government has been able to protect millions of jobs, provide emergency income support to families, and help keep businesses afloat during the worst of the storm. This support is helping Canadians get back on their feet and has prevented long-term damage. But this pandemic is not over, and we cannot let up on our commitment to help one another. I would like to take a moment to salute the work of the Minister of Health and Dr. Tam during this crisis.
Our government is presenting an economic and fiscal snapshot. This document provides Canadians and parliamentarians with a picture of where our economy is right now. It's transparent about what we know and what we don't know. Forecasts are always uncertain. So with this snapshot, we're providing our best prediction of the economic situation in Canada to the end of the current fiscal year, to March 31st, 2021. Trying to predict further would be potentially misleading. The
possibility of further outbreaks looms on the horizon, and accurate long-term forecasting is impossible in such a volatile environment. I know Canadians understand how hard it is to make predictions right now, so let me tell you what we know. We know that the unemployment rate went from historic lows in January to historic highs in May. We know that low-wage workers, young people, and immigrants bore the brunt of employment losses in March and April. And while some jobs returned in May, the sectors many women work in have been slower to rebound. We know many women are shouldering the burden of unpaid care work at home, looking after children and providing care for sick relatives. The lack of childcare services could delay women's return to work. We also know that vulnerable groups have been hit harder by this pandemic and are continuing to face challenges. This crisis has exposed and amplified many inequalities in Canada. I'm thinking about Canadians who work to get by on low income, people who process and prepare our food, temporary foreign workers, and our seniors in long-term care.
That energy workers faced a double hit after the shock to global commodity prices, and that employment in mining and oil and gas support services has fallen by over 15%. We know businesses are still facing challenges. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy is helping impacted businesses protect jobs and remain poised to rebound. We encourage businesses to take advantage of the program and hire more workers. We know that the best economic policy continues to be containing the spread of the virus. If we can keep the transmission rate steadily declining, we can help ensure a stable and steady economic recovery. If we don't, the gains of our sacrifices these past 4 months will be lost. Around the world, we've seen what happens when reopenings are rushed.
Our government has understood from the moment this pandemic began that it was our role to step in to support Canadians and stabilize the economy. The COVID-19 Economic Response Plan is the most comprehensive and substantial peacetime investment in Canada's history, representing more than $212 billion in direct support and nearly 14% of GDP in total support. Let me give you some numbers. About 3 million Canadian workers have had their jobs supported through the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and that number continues to grow. Over 8 million Canadians were able to pay for groceries and rent because of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Over 680,000 small businesses have received interest-free loans thanks to the Canada Emergency Business Account, and 15 million low and modest income Canadians have received a special GST credit top-up. 6.7 million seniors who receive the Old Age Security Pension will receive a supplementary payment this week. We have also invested in community organizations that provide services to the most vulnerable, including more than 500 women's shelters that address the immediate needs of women and children fleeing violence. The Prime Minister's leadership has shown all of Canada that their government would put workers first and be there for our most vulnerable. And if there is a resurgence, we are ready to do more.
Profound depression since the Great Depression, profound downturn since the Great Depression, our government acted to support the economy. Every investment we made was in response to COVID-19 and was time limited. From income support for Canadians to loans for Canadian businesses and nonprofits of all sizes, we worked to make sure our programs left no one behind, and we did it fast. We were guided by 3 principles: speed, scale, and simplicity. Mr. Speaker, I think we delivered on all 3. Some will criticize us on the cost of action. They'll point to the size of our deficit in 2021. It's a testament of the shock that COVID-19 had on our economy. But our government knew that the cost of inaction would have been far greater. Those who would have us do less ignore that without government action, millions of jobs would have been lost, putting the burden of debt onto families and jeopardizing Canada's resilience. At a time when Canadian workers and families are facing significant hardship, austerity and tightening your belt is not the answer. Our fiscal discipline in the years leading up to this, combined with Canadians' hard work and entrepreneurial spirit, meant that Canada was resilient and ready to face this challenge. With a crisis of this magnitude, someone was going to have to shoulder the costs, and the federal government was uniquely placed to take this responsibility on. Over the last quarter century, provincial debt has outpaced federal debt by $225 billion. Household debt to disposable income has increased to over 175%, close to a record high. To date, nearly 9 out of $10 in COVID-19 related direct support delivered to Canadians and to Canadian businesses is financed by the federal government. We took on this role because it was the right thing to do. Thanks to our rapid and substantial investments, unemployment will be lower, consumer spending will be higher, and our economy will recover sooner than had we done nothing. Si nous n'étions pas intervenus avec la subvention salariale.
If we had not stepped in with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, millions of jobs could have been lost forever during the worst of the storm. Without the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, Canadians would not have been able to cover their daily expenses. Our investments have meant that Canadians and Canadian businesses, instead of drowning in debt and closing up shop, will be better positioned to get back at it. We came into this crisis on a strong footing, with a net debt to GDP ratio considerably lower than all of our G7 peers.
Historic investments. Canada will continue to hold this low debt advantage. This, combined with historically low interest rates, gave us the balance sheet to deploy our fiscal firepower to support Canadians through this. If we think back to the 1990s, when Canada's debt needed to be reined in, interest rates were high and public debt was extremely expensive. At that time, our public debt charges were close to 6% of gross domestic product. But now, Canada's debt charges are only around 1% of GDP. And even after all the investments we've made to support Canadians, the cost of servicing our debt is expected to go lower this year. In fact, our total public debt charges for 2020 will actually be $4 billion lower than forecasted last fall. But we, the collective we, will have to face up to our borrowing, ensure that it's sustainable for future generations. Canada's debt structure is prudent. It's spread out over the long term, and it compares well to our G7 peers. And we'll continue to make sure this is the case in the months and years to come as we move toward recovery and as we deal with the aftermath of this unprecedented event. Durant cette crise, sous le leadership du Premier ministre,
throughout this crisis, under the Prime Minister's leadership, we have been working in coordination with provincial and territorial governments to protect Canadians at a level we have never seen before. Since March, the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister have hosted 15 First Ministers' meetings. I have personally taken part in 14 meetings with provincial finance ministers. We have accomplished a lot together, procuring hundreds of millions of pieces of personal protective equipment, making sure that healthcare workers have a secure supply. We have helped to give essential workers a well-deserved raise. It was clear to all of us that our collective actions were going to get us through this.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to get back to work, but they want to do it safely. That's why we are working with provinces and territories on a more than $14 billion Safe Restart Agreement. We are proposing to invest in a safe, sufficient, and adequate supply of childcare so that parents, especially mothers, don't have to choose between going to work and ensuring their children are taken care of. We also want to build capacity to test and trace and continue to provide world-class health care to Canadians. These crucial discussions will be critical to the well-being of Canadians.
Economic recovery will be long and uncertain. Going forward, anything we do must be about growth, resilience, creating opportunity for those who are most impacted by this crisis. We need to invest in an economy that's greener and more diverse, an economy that creates opportunity for young people, for low-income Canadians, for people with disabilities, for women, and that supports our most vulnerable, including LGBTQ2 communities, Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and other racialized people in our country. This pandemic has identified clear gaps, and it's giving us a chance to reset. We witnessed the ways in which people were falling through the cracks, particularly those who live in long-term care. Many of them are our parents and our grandparents who built this country. We need to do better by them. In the coming months, we'll need to come to these problems with dedication, with compassion, and with ingenuity. Mr. Speaker, 80 years ago, Canada faced some of the worst days of the Second World War, and the government faced monumental and difficult choices. In this House, like today, there were those who criticized them for not doing enough, others who said they went too far. But despite the criticisms of the debate, the resolve of Canadians to fearlessly face the emergency of their time never wavered. Today, as we evaluate the details of our measures and the scale of their reach, I want to tell this House that we left no stone unturned. And every decision we made was guided by our belief that the well-being of Canadians had to come above all else. We've worked to lay out an economic response plan that's comprehensive, that's ambitious, and that serves those who need help the most. We've done so in the belief that Canadians would be able to fight the spread of this virus and come roaring back. We've done this to build a bridge to a safer place from which we can build a stronger and more resilient future. Just like in the Second World War, I know that Canadians have what it takes to come together for the greater good. I've seen it in the healthcare workers, 80% of them women, many of them immigrants, who day in and day out put their own health at risk to help others. I've seen it in the businesses that have retooled to build ventilators, masks, gowns, and more. I've seen it in the women and men of the armed forces who've served by caring for our most vulnerable in our long-term care homes. I've seen it in the millions of small donations, small acts of kindness, and the big and small sacrifices Canadians have made to fight this virus. I want to take this moment to send a message to those who have lost loved ones during this time. All of Canada shares in your pain. Canadians are resourceful. Canadians are resilient. Together we'll get through this and build a better, fairer, and stronger Canada. Merci.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, so much of what the Finance Minister just said is not true, but I don't have enough time to enumerate it all because we only have a few minutes for questions and comments. This government was wrong. They were wrong to leave our borders open for longer. They were wrong when they said they were going to have enhanced screening at airports, and they were slow to fix the gaps in their own programs. So many Canadians have been let down by this government. They have refused to fix the wage subsidy. They have refused to remove the back-to-work penalty for people who want to take available shifts, and they have refused to implement the back-to-work bonus that Conservatives have proposed to help people fill available shifts and help local businesses get back on their feet. They have also refused to fund the Auditor General so that she can keep track of this massive amount of new spending, historic levels of deficits and debt. All she wanted was about $10 million to make sure she can go through the programs. But he did find $15 million kicking around for the Deputy Prime Minister's political office. So can the Finance Minister tell this House exactly what the $15 million that he gave the Deputy Prime Minister will be going for, too?
The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have, during the course of the last number of months, taken as our very first order of business to support Canadians, to back them up, to create jobs, to help provide a bridge towards the future. But at no time during this period have we forgotten that governing our country is equally important. We have tried to make sure that we could continue to have the government work, to make sure that we could actually deliver for Canadians. One of the biggest challenges we've faced as we've done this is thinking about how we actually deliver to Canadians. When the history of this pandemic is written, I think that history will say that we delivered not only at scale, but at speed. And that's because we not only came up with the right policies, but we found a way to deliver them. What I will say is that our government will continue to make sure that the resources to be able to create that policy, to be able to deliver those results to Canadians is there. And I would say that the Deputy Prime Minister is one of those important people in our government that has helped us to make an enormous difference during this challenging time, and she will continue to do that as an important member of our government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you very much. We've heard that the government made the right spending choices at the right time. At the time, people agreed, but now with this deficit, we're also feeling the effects of that. But what we're really forgetting here is that Quebec and the provinces ultimately ended up having to spend in health costs. They were the ones who were really asked to respond to this exceptional need caused by this unprecedented crisis. Initially, the Liberal government gave money to the provinces with an amount of about $100 million for Quebec. And now we've heard that additional health costs might ultimately total much more than $3 billion. Given that health is an area of provincial jurisdiction and an area of Quebec jurisdiction, and given that the Canadian Constitution means that the federal government has to bear part of the costs of health as that is laid out in the Constitution, given that from 50% it has decreased to 25% and even 20% in health spending, I would like to ask this government what it has done and whether it will make the right efforts to give unconditional monies to the provinces and Quebec to ensure that these provinces and Quebec, to give them a chance to have a little bit of breathing room in this crucial area affected by the pandemic. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize that it is very important for us to work with the provinces. That is clear, and that includes Quebec. But the numbers are clear. The federal government is the one that has spent $9 out of $10 to directly support Canadians. $212 billion to help people and to reassure them that there will be an economy and jobs after the pandemic. That's a huge amount of money, and we will continue to work with the provinces and work with Quebec on a safe recovery. And that is why we need to continue with debates and discussion. It's very clear. We need to work with the provinces. We will continue to work to support Canadians throughout the country. And the situation with our update today is clear. We have contributed the majority of the support for our country in a very difficult situation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, and as the Minister knows, I'm a former teacher, so I'd like to give my grades for him on this economic and fiscal snapshot. First, an A for accessibility. There is no doubt that the Finance Minister, though he is working very hard, has been accessible to finance critics and to the Finance Committee every week, and I think that is appreciated, and that collaboration is important. Secondly, in terms of expenditures, I would give a passing note of perhaps C+. Now that grade could be higher if supports are given to people with disabilities. The poorest of the poor in this country who've not received a single cent throughout this pandemic, though the banking sector has received $750 billion, $750 billion. People with disabilities should be coming before bankers, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. And supports for municipalities, supports to changes in the wage subsidy can also bring that grade up. But the grade in terms of revenues is an F, Mr. Speaker. The reality is no action in this economic and fiscal snapshot addresses what is a porous and appallingly unfair tax system. There's no action on tax havens, though that costs us $25 billion a year. There's no action on the wealth tax, though the PBO says that could provide $6 to $9 billion a year, and the increasing concentration of wealth means this must be an imperative. No action on the web giants who are getting away with not paying their fair share of taxes. And nothing that actually addresses the revenue side so we can continue to provide services and enhance services to Canadians. We cannot afford the free ride that so many profitable corporations in Canada have been receiving, and we cannot afford any more this profoundly unfair tax system. So why doesn't this snapshot take action on the revenue side? Why doesn't it take action on tax havens? Why doesn't it take action on a wealth tax? Why doesn't it take action on tax loopholes? This would give a higher grade overall to the Finance Minister.
Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me first just acknowledge that that the critics in all parties in this House and the finance critics have tried to work constructively all the way through this. We've worked to listen to their commentary, just like we've worked to listen to the commentary from business groups, from labour groups across the country. The nature of this pandemic has meant that we have had to act with speed and with scale. It's also meant we've needed to make changes as we've moved along in the delivery of the programs that we're doing to make sure they actually have the desired impact on Canadians. That will be our continued approach as we face up to these challenges. The member, my opposite member, points out something that I think is important. We do believe that it's important for us to recognize that there are some challenges that people with disabilities have faced over the course of the time of the pandemic. And that is something that he's brought up to me on numerous occasions and something that we are certainly trying to work towards. We will continue to think about the ways that we can address this pandemic. We will be focusing right now on the safe restart, working together, we hope, with Canadians across the country, with people in this House, so that we can safely and appropriately get back to work. And that will allow us, we hope, to find a way to ensure that our system works, that we have the appropriate revenues, and that we have a way to move back to an approach where we can invest in the long-term future of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. We have about 50 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Finance Minister. I echo the comments from my friend from the New Democratic Party finance critic. The minister has indeed been accessible. I have a very specific question. I mean, this document is a snapshot. I know that if you have a crystal ball, it's pretty murky right now. We can't see very far ahead. But I do wonder how it is that we've referred at page 20 of this document to the payment to people with disabilities as though it has happened. We know it has not.
The Honourable Finance Minister.
I want to thank the member for her question. What we are demonstrating with this document is all of the policies that we've put forward that we are working to actually deliver on for Canadians. We recognize that there's things that we don't know, so there will be future actions that we will likely have to take because this pandemic is dynamic. But we did recognize in this House the importance of dealing with people with disabilities, and we certainly hope that we will find support in this House for moving forward with that support.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Carleton, one of the great hard-working finance shadow ministers that the minister referenced, was doing so much good work to try to help fix the gaps in the government's programs. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has just painted an extremely dire picture of Canada's finances. But what we didn't hear was any kind of a plan to support the reopening of our economy and to get Canadians back to work. Coming out of the pandemic, every single country on the planet will be desperately competing for the same opportunities and the same investments. So where is the Prime Minister's plan to set us apart? The United Kingdom has a plan. France, Germany, South Korea, Japan, they all have plans. In fact, every single country in the G7 has a plan. Le gouvernement emprunte 3.
The government is borrowing $343 billion this year, but the Prime Minister has no plan whatsoever to help Canadians return to work, no plan to guide our economic recovery, no plan to stimulate growth, attract business investment, or create the conditions for job growth.
The government is borrowing $343 billion this year. For the first time ever, this year, the net federal debt will reach over $1 trillion. In fact, they're borrowing so much money, Mr. Speaker, that the Bank of Canada has to create it out of thin air. The Bank of Canada is purchasing $5 billion worth of government debt every single week. The Prime Minister has absolutely no plan to help Canadians return to work, no plan to guide our economic recovery, no plan to stimulate growth, attract business investment, or to create the conditions for job growth. I know this might come as a shock to a Liberal Prime Minister, but spending billions of dollars does not create economic growth. And handing it out to Liberal insiders certainly won't restart our economy. More Liberal tax hikes, more red tape won't restart our economy. Pour être concurrentiel, nous devons...
To remain competitive, we have to free the power of the private sector, help Canadians go back to work, support small businesses, cut taxes, eliminate red tape, and make Canada an attractive place to do business again.
Conception right now on the economy is that if we simply lift the restrictions and provinces reopen, our economy will come roaring back to life. The reality is it will take leadership, big ideas, and a lot of hard work. But the Prime Minister's track record proves that he cannot be trusted to lead Canada's recovery. His sky-high taxes, wasteful spending, and massive deficits put Canada in an incredibly weak position before the pandemic began. While a responsible government would have saved while times were good and paid down debt, as our previous Conservative government did, the Liberals added $87 billion worth of new debt during their first 4 years of power. As a result, Canada is the only G7 country to have lost its AAA credit rating and has one of the highest debt levels in the AA category. Before the pandemic, Canada's unemployment rate was higher than all G7 countries, except France and Italy, whose socialist policies the Prime Minister was trying to emulate. Now Canada has surpassed them and has the highest unemployment rate in the G7. In fact, we have among the highest unemployment rates in the OECD, falling fourth, right behind Greece. So this should be a major wake-up call for this government. C'est sûr que les Canadiens luttent.
Canadians are struggling. The last months have been truly difficult. Millions of people have lost their jobs. More than 100,000 Canadians are ill and thousands have died. Businesses have closed and many of them will never reopen. Canadians have been horrified to see their savings disappear.
Despite all of this, as provinces gradually reopen, Canadians are hopeful and optimistic about their futures. They want to work. Businesses want to reopen, to welcome back staff and customers. They are determined to rebuild and are coming up with innovative ways to offer services as provinces. Now, I don't know why the Prime Minister always feels the need to talk down Canada, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are an endlessly enterprising people. Perhaps it's a product of our immigrant society where people leave the familiarity of home for a shot at a better life on the other side of the world and then work hard to achieve it. Perhaps it's the inspiration we take from Indigenous peoples, resilient men and women who built Canada's first communities in some of the harshest conditions imaginable. Perhaps it's our belief in freedom, limited government, and the power of the free market. Regardless of the reason, Canadians have proven time and time again that through hard work, innovation, and perseverance, we can accomplish anything. Mr. Speaker, Canada's economic recovery will be driven by Canadians. Governments don't create jobs, and you can't borrow your way to prosperity. True success comes from investing in people. But the only people that the Liberals are interested in investing in are the wealthy elites. While regular Canadians continue to struggle, the Prime Minister is passing buckets of money around the highest levels of corporate Canada. It started in the last Parliament when they developed their superclusters program, handing out billions and billions of dollars to corporate entities and wealthy institutions. They gave $50 million to MasterCard, $12 million for Loblaws. They gave $35 billion to the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, which protects wealthy investors and puts all the risk on the backs of taxpayers. And how many projects has that new infrastructure bank actually completed? 0. And the Bank of Canada, as I said earlier, is printing money. Now, the finance minister just bragged about the low cost of servicing that debt. Well, there's a reason why, Mr. Speaker. It's because the Bank of Canada is purchasing government debt on the secondary bond market. So they are creating money out of thin air. And who gets that money first? Wealthy investors who already purchased government debt in the past. Mr. Speaker, this is the epitome of trickle-down economics, throwing money around at the highest levels of corporate Canada while raising taxes on hard-working Canadians. In the middle of a pandemic and all the economic difficulty that this pandemic has caused, they raised the carbon tax, raising payroll taxes, and raising excise taxes. Meanwhile, no help for energy workers. They refuse to fix their flawed programs. The finance minister talked about the need for speed. Well, we all agreed back in March that the government had to act quickly. And we were told that if Parliament passed these measures, that they would be fixed as time went on. I note the date, Mr. Speaker. It's the 8th of July. They still have not fixed the flaws in the wage subsidy. There are still thousands and thousands of people who have lost their jobs because of the gaps in that program. They refuse to make any adjustments on the rental subsidies, requiring businesses to have lost 70% of revenue before they qualify. And of course, they refuse to take away the barrier to people returning back to work by adopting the back to work bonus that the Conservatives have proposed. And we can't forget that in the middle of this pandemic, this Prime Minister has let so many Canadians fall behind. Depuis le début de la pandémie.
From the beginning of the pandemic, the Conservatives have presented constructive solutions to help Canadians. Our goal is to help workers and local businesses get back on their feet as quickly as possible. It was very disappointing when the Prime Minister did not use the economic profile offered today to include the back-to-work bonus, which is part of the Conservative plan to make the Canada Emergency Response Benefit more flexible and generous for workers to earn while businesses gradually reopen.
To our recovery. A good job helps Canadians succeed. It helps their families succeed. It helps build our communities and ultimately makes our country stronger. Under this Prime Minister, Canada and Canadians are losing out. We're falling behind. We're falling behind every other nation in the G7. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve a government that stands up for their interests. They deserve better than what they just got today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see a totally different picture than the one that the Leader of the Official Opposition has just portrayed. I see a government that has been demonstrating caring, compassion, a government that has worked with other levels of government of all political stripes to make sure that Canadians in all regions of our great nation are being looked after, that they are in fact the #1 priority of this government, of this cabinet, and this Prime Minister. That is what I have witnessed. We have seen programs come from virtually nowhere, not being of non-existence, programs like SERVE, to serving millions of Canadians, providing the disposable income that is so critical for them to be able to buy the things that are necessary, Madam Speaker. I have seen businesses that have been saved to the degree in which millions of jobs have been saved as a direct response. I have seen opposition members come to the table in a positive way to contribute to making life better for all Canadians. This is a government that truly cares and has the compassion and has put Canadians first and foremost as the #1 priority. My question to the member opposite, would he not agree that it is time that we look and focus on what's in the best interest of the families of Canada and get behind programs like providing more support for Canadians with disabilities?
Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm not surprised the member has selective memory when it comes to the last few months. It seems like he's stuck in March. He's stuck, I think it was about March 22nd, when everybody realized that we were in an unprecedented situation. And we all agreed that we would come back to Parliament to give the government the tools they needed to help Canadians. And what did his party do with that opportunity? before members of parliament had even gathered in this chamber, before we had even figured out how to stay 6 feet apart, 2 meters, this government wrote themselves a massive power grab, trying to eliminate the role of Parliament. In the middle of a pandemic, when people were losing their jobs and losing loved ones, the first thought this party had was, how can we benefit politically from it? And then when we pointed out time and time again the gaps that people were falling through the wage subsidy, through the CERB and the penalty for going back to work, the rental subsidy, they have refused to make any of those changes, leaving thousands of Canadians behind. That is the legacy that this government will take into the next election, and I have no doubt the Canadians will not reward them for their slowness, their poor decisions, and their inaction.
L'honorable député de La Prairie, questions and comments.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you. The Bloc Québécois had proposed modulating CERB. Regardless of the amount or hours worked, one would always have an increase as one worked. It seemed evident. We asked the government to act. And the Deputy Prime Minister had accepted looking into it and had committed to implementing it. At the time, the Conservatives had remained silent about that. And a few weeks ago, we saw them present the idea that, yes, modulating CERB was a good idea. Why is it a good idea? Because that way we encourage people to go back to work. That means it's not a break to growth. It would be easier if CERB encouraged people to go back to work. That's what the government of Quebec keeps telling us. On the other hand, if people go back to work, it's easy to understand. It's less expensive in terms of paying out CERB. Everyone wins. Government revenue increases because growth is stronger, and government expenditures diminish because people are going back to work and everybody's happy. That way, we have a situation where we improve the outcome for our communities. The Conservative Party has seen the light and is on our side. Does the leader of the official opposition think that if we had modulated the CERB from the very beginning? I'm sorry, we have 5 minutes for questions and comments. We need to give the opportunity for an answer, but I need to include 3 minutes in a 5-minute time period, and that doesn't give other parties time. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madame la Présidente.
First of all, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives support the idea of eliminating barriers to people who want to go back to work. And it's a compliment that the Bloc Québécois has given to the Conservative, that they stole our idea. It is a great compliment. Our party had proposed the idea of providing incentives for Canadians to go back to work. Our Shadow Minister of Finance had proposed that idea. It is thanks to the very hard work of our Conservative team that moved forward ideas to improve the disastrous programs, depending on some situations, of the Liberal government. If the Bloc Québécois has seen the light and is supporting our position, that's a good thing, Madam Chair.
Once again, I just want to remind that there's 5 minutes for questions and comments. We're going to try to get 3 questions in. Unfortunately, there's not enough time, and I would remind members to keep their questions short enough so that we can allow others to ask questions. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What we witnessed today was, for the first time in history, something a government called a fiscal and economic snapshot. A snapshot is defined in most dictionaries as sort of a quick photograph, or in modern lingo, we call it a selfie, an economic selfie. But this finance minister, in talking for about 15 minutes straight, could not bring himself to utter the size of the debt or the deficit. Now, I will be the first, apparently, to do so. I ask all members to ensure they are in their seats and that they if anyone out there is listening to this speech while operating heavy equipment, you might want to turn the volume down. This government has now smashed through the $1 trillion debt mark. $1.06 trillion is the size of Canada's national debt. A deficit of $343 billion. To put that into perspective, when this government took office, the entire budget of the Government of Canada was about $260 billion. In other words, they are borrowing more in 1 year than the Government of Canada used to spend in its entire budget not long ago. Now, the finance minister went to great lengths to brag about the low interest rates that he's paying on the debt, as though he somehow set those interest rates himself, which raises questions about his perception of the Bank of Canada's independence. But what he forgets is that those interest rates are temporary, and they're only made possible by the cornucopia of cash that is coming out of the Bank of Canada, a bank which has created through keystrokes on a computer about $400 billion of new currency for government spending in less than 100 days. In other words, that's almost equal to a full quarter of GDP created out of thin air by our central bank. Now, the Prime Minister thinks he's discovered a new idea in creating currency in order to spend it. He'd best look back to history to know that this method of financing state activity can only go on for so long. I raise all of this not because the programs to support Canadians and replace the wages that governments have taken away from them are unnecessary. They are very necessary, of course. When government deprives people through lockdowns and shutdowns of their ability to earn an income, it is the government's job to compensate them for that. And such measures have been necessary and generally, with exception, supported by the official opposition. That said, we know that no nation can go on consuming without producing. The only way for us to continue to exist economically is to once again unleash the full and incomparable power of Canada's 20 million person workforce. Hear, hear. To let free the more than 1 million entrepreneurs and businesses that employ those workers. And that should have been the purpose of today's address, instead of a temporary moment of self-congratulation combined with hypnotic phrases intended to make us feel comfortable with $1 trillion of debt. We expected the finance minister would arrive here today with a plan to bring our economy back to life. Instead, what he did is brag that his plan is the most expensive plan in the G7. He said, because it consumes 10% of GDP, higher than any other G7 country and higher than the G20 average, because it spends the most money, because it is the most costly, it must therefore be the best. But of course, it has simultaneously produced the worst results. Canada now has the highest unemployment in the G7. We went into the crisis with the highest, save France and Italy, whose socialist policies this government had long been trying to emulate. But now, only 100 days later, our economic position is even worse than theirs, even worse than Italy, which bore among the hardest brunt of the COVID crisis. Today, Canada has the worst job record and posture in all of the G7. In other words, they have spent the most to achieve the least. And the only thing they had today for job creation was a new $15 million fund to staff up the Deputy Prime Minister's office. $15 million. I guess that's enough to create 150 six-figure jobs for political staffers working now for the Deputy Prime Minister. It's funny. The Auditor General asked for $11 million so that she could do her job examining all of this spending. You know, today the Auditor General is doing about 14 audits a year. 10 years ago, the Auditor General's office did 28 audits a year, twice as many. Wow. Government spending today is over $600 billion. Back then, it was about $250 billion. In other words, spending is up by more than double, and the number of audits are down by half, which means we have a quarter of the accountability. So today, we would just assume that in this massive spending splurge, they would find $10 or $11 million for the Auditor General. Compared to the other spending they're doing, it's not very much. In fact, this government is now spending almost exactly $1 million per minute. So in the time I give my speech, they could have fully funded the Auditor General. But they did not have money for the Auditor General. They had $15 million for the Deputy Prime Minister. Now, I'm sure that later today, when I move a motion in the House of Commons, that we will shift that $15 million from the Deputy Prime Minister to the Auditor General, we will have no problem getting unanimous consent. I'm looking around and I see violent agreement from all sides of the House of Commons, and I'm sure that it will be a mere perfunctory matter of procedure to get it done when I move my motion later on. But it is interesting that this government's only job creation measure in today's presentation was in the Deputy Prime Minister's office. So what could we do as an alternative? Well, we as Conservatives are proposing to transform the COVID programs into pro-growth, pro-job initiatives. Let's go through the list. The wage subsidy. We believed, in fact, we supported a generous wage subsidy in order to keep our workers active and contributing as much as possible during the shutdown and in the subsequent reopening. Unfortunately, though, you have to be down 30% in order to qualify for that wage subsidy. That is forcing many businesses to artificially suppress their revenues in order to continue to qualify for the subsidy. That is because their extra revenue is not as big as the wage subsidy itself. So the government is arbitrarily forcing businesses to suppress their own revenues just to stay alive. A more perverse incentive could not have been invented. And if there were such an incentive, it would be the rent subsidy, which requires revenues be down 70%. Again, the instant that business rises above that threshold, they lose the ability to pay their rent. We as Conservatives, under the leadership of our small business critic from Edmonton, have proposed that businesses be able to gently phase out their need for assistance by increasing their revenues and slowly decreasing their wage subsidy at the same time. Secondly, you have the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, a necessary measure, no doubt. But if this government has imposed a back-to-work penalty, if people earn more than $1,000, the Prime Minister will kick them from the CERB to the curb. We in the Conservative Party believe that we should reward work, to allow people a back-to-work bonus that will ensure that every dollar they earn, every shift they take, will make them better off than they were before. Canadians believe in work, and their government should always reward work. And that's why Conservatives have come forward with a pro-work, pro-growth agenda. We call on this government to embrace growth and jobs, to once again unleash the ferocious power of our workers and our entrepreneurs to bring our economy back to life, our finances under control, and our nation on solid footing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I think what we have seen over the last number of months is a government that's taken a different approach from the Conservatives, and I see that as a good thing. We have looked at many programs that the member opposite just made reference to, whether it's the CERB program, wage loss program. We've also been able to provide direct support to families through childcare, to seniors, whether it's through the GIS, the OAS, supporting Canadians in this difficult time of the pandemic ultimately allows us to be able to be on a road to recovery in a much better form. Would the member not agree? and maybe, hopefully, we can get agreement on this, that the time for government to have invested in the way in which we have was, in fact, at the time in which we did, and as a direct result, we will be on a better path to recovery.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Est-ce que je m'entends avec les...
Do I agree with the statement of my honourable colleague? Well, the figures don't agree with it because we have the highest unemployment rate in the G7. It's true the Liberal government has spent more in terms of our percentage of GDP than other countries, but the results are the highest unemployment rate amongst other competitive countries. So, no, this is not a success, and this is why we're proposing to change these programs for the rent subsidy, for the wage subsidy, and personal income supports in a way that will reimburse and pay for people to go back to work and encourage growth rather than hampering it. As Canadians, it's not just an economic issue, it's a question of values. We always have to encourage and pay. It has to pay to work rather than be penalized. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the following. We heard through the media that there were cases of fraud in the CERB, people who fraudulently benefited from this program, and the government announced that it would investigate this and get this money back. Because does my colleague, can he provide what action is going to be taken to fight this in today's update? I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I agree with what he's saying. On the Finance Committee, we adopted a motion so that the Auditor General would receive the funding to do an audit. And we know that even when public servants saw there was a potential fraud, the government said to send out the check. We were people in prison who received these checks. And this is exactly why the Auditor General should receive all the necessary funding so that she can investigate this spending and ensure that fraud did not account for a large portion of this money.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Carleton for his comments and flagging some of those issues that have been very important to people in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona. Seeing how accommodating and friendly the Conservatives in the bloc are today and how happy they are to get along, I guess. My question is around whether or not the Conservatives, instead of cutting services that Canadian families rely upon, would the Conservatives support our call for a wealth on tax of the super rich that would raise $6 billion a year and cracking down on the estimated $25 billion in corporate taxes we are losing to tax havens each year?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, of course, we support cracking down on tax havens. Everyone should pay what they owe, and anyone who's breaking the law to avoid doing so should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The NDP is fond of coming up with other schemes they claim will raise revenue. They never actually do in practice. But what we would propose, if you want to stop handing money to the rich, let's stop the corporate welfare schemes that use taxpayers' money to fill the pockets of wealthy and influential people. Let's cancel the $35 billion infrastructure bank, which is nothing more than a backstop of profits for large construction and private equity firms. Let's cancel handouts to firms like Loblaws, MasterCard, Bombardier, and others.
Unfortunately, the time is up.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
A point of privilege. The honourable member for Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I will make this quick. I didn't mean to interrupt my Bloc colleague, so I do apologize. But I notice many people in the chamber, in committee, have a document. And I would presume the document is a fiscal update, which is allowing them to ask the questions and see the details, which of course weren't in the minister's statement, such items as the deficit numbers. Then I went looking into my emails thinking surely they would care about the couple of hundred plus that are not in the chamber and have distributed that document to us. So again, that we could clearly see what was happening and be on an equal playing field in our opportunity to ask questions. So, Madam Speaker, I truly feel as a virtual committee member today, not having been provided that document, that my privileges have been violated. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yeah, just to address the concern, I think that the member raises a valid point, and that is to say that everything was shared with all parties under embargo earlier today, and that included electronic copies from what I understand. So members all do have access to it. How the respective caucuses and independents received it, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that the information was made available.
So it is a question that was raised a little bit earlier as well. So it is, as the Parliamentary Secretary has just mentioned, is that the document was shared with the party leaders, and I would anticipate that the parties are distributing that to, or have distributed to its members. I know that the document is public, and therefore we will continue on. I will get a double check on where the document is at with the other parties at this point, whether or not they have actually distributed it. Resuming a point of order, the honourable member for Carleton.
I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, Madam Speaker. Whereas the fiscal snapshot identifies, quote, increased capacity at the Privy Council office. This measure would increase the capacity of the Privy Council office to ensure that it can continue to meet its mandate following the creation of the role of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and International Trade, in the amount of $7 million next year and $15 million for each year after that. The House calls on the government to transfer this full sum from the office of the Privy Council to the office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
As was mentioned earlier today, we are doing things a little bit different because of the format that we are in, and therefore, at this point, I'm going to be asking all those opposed to the Honourable our members moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. And I would ask anybody virtually if anybody virtually is saying no, then if they can raise the hand on their virtual screen, that would be of assistance. So so the honourable member knows that you have to have a unanimous consent, and there is no unanimous consent. Okay. C'est bon? J'ai bien fait ça. Okay. Alors, j'étais où, là? Joliette, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've been asking for this update since May along with the other opposition parties and with the parliamentary budget officer. And finally, it's here today. And once again, the government chose to inform the financial sector first before this House. It was Bloomberg, in fact, that announced the news first. And quite frankly, Madam Chair, the Bloc Québécois didn't have very high expectations for today's snapshot, but the economic snapshot presented did manage to disappoint us. In fact, the document lists the measures announced and the total impact on our finances, and it kind of stops there. The Bloc made several requests with respect to this update. First, it wanted a $14 billion transfer to the provinces without conditions, and that's not in here. There's a question of the $40 billion, but the conditions are still in place. We also want to see a tweak to the CERB to encourage workers to return to their jobs, and this isn't here either. And we want to see a change in the wage subsidy to include seasonal industries such as tourism and culture, and this isn't here either. And when we read the economic snapshot, you'd think we were still back in April, but it's July now. Businesses have started to reopen. We're at the beginning of an economic recovery, and now is the time to modify these programs. The economic snapshot was a golden opportunity today to usher in change. For example, the CERB. For me, this is first and foremost a public health measure. We're asking people not to go to work and stay home. In exchange, the government pays them $2,000 a month. But as businesses are reopening and the government has to change its message, it is high time to revise this benefit. And right now, workers still, if they earn $1 more than the $1,000 a month they're allowed to earn, they lose everything. And at a time when we want to restart the economy and we want companies to reopen, the message they're sending is that if you earn $1 more, you're going to lose your entire benefit. Doesn't make sense. And this creates the following situation. With an unemployment rate that is still very high, of around 12%, this means many people could work, of course, with all the measures, necessary health measures in place. And what are the chambers of commerce telling us? They're having a hard time finding employees. Why? Because this government still hasn't amended the CERB. And the message that the government is sending is that while it's telling workers to stay at home like it did in April, it doesn't make sense. Yet, we've been asking, well, early, the leader of the Conservative Party, said that he was the first person to announce this, but regardless, well, when it's a good idea, we have to spread it. But we've been asking for these changes since March. And what we want is the same principle of the one that's in place for unemployment insurance. When you earn more than $1,000, there's a sliding scale, so you don't lose everything. So you can keep 50 cents for every dollar you earn over the $1,000 a month. For almost 4 months, for almost 4 months now, the government is telling us that it's been too complicated. This excuse may work for a week or two, but now it's been 4 months. It's just too long. It's not working. And it's the same thing for the wage subsidy. The government has to amend it. So we don't have a 30% cutoff rate. If you lose 29% of your income, you get nothing. Well, we understood in the first few weeks it was an emergency. We had to act quickly. But now, it's been several months now, and it's high time for things to change. We have to improve these measures. We also have to modify the wage subsidy to allow seasonal sectors such as tourism and culture to be eligible for it. The solution is quite simple, and it's so simple that the government has already presented it a month ago. It presented this solution a month ago and still hasn't implemented it, namely to pay this subsidy based on last year's salaries rather than the income in February. when seasonal companies were closed. So this was in Bill C-17 that was tabled a month ago, but wasn't adopted. So why wasn't C-17 adopted? Because the government decided to turn its nose up to it. Either the House adopted it word for word as it was, or the government wouldn't present it. So we had no right to amend it or to debate it. So it was either take it or leave it. And we have a minority government that's trying to play the role of a dictator. Doesn't make sense. That's just a small side personal note. And this is what happens when we talk about what country you admire, and they say China. Well, it may tempt people to act like a dictator. So, Madam Speaker, we're still waiting for the government to make these amendments to the wage subsidy, and including a modification for Airbus that also wants to have access to this benefit, even though there is public funding invested in this project. We know that the aerospace industry is having a hard time right now, and we have to change this.
Madam Speaker, let me just remind you that at a time when large swathes of our economy don't have access to the wage subsidy, somehow the Liberal Party has both its hands in the cookie jar. Well, the pandemic is really having to pay for a lot of things here. We're in a terrible ethical dilemma. The Liberal Party thinks that it has the right to take as much money as it wants from the wage subsidy, and yet it's dragging its feet when it comes to large sectors of our economy. It's a crying shame, and it must change. The government, and this is contradictory, didn't get Bill C-17 passed, and yet somehow the snapshot we saw today somehow counted it in its financial assessments. Isn't it time to debate C-17? As my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands from the Green Party said earlier, assistance for people with disabilities is enumerated here. We know that that group has been majorly affected by the pandemic, as the government recognizes in the document. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the government, when is the government going to table this so we can debate it? We have the right to do that. That's our job. We need to get this passed. We've been waiting for that for a month. Another thing, and this comes up all the time, is about the overpayments of assistance. There have been cases of fraud. The government said it was going to try to recover these sums, but there's not a single line about that in today's economic snapshot. Let me just add an anecdote here. It's quite striking. Let me tell you, during the technical briefing that the government offered to the opposition parties earlier, I asked a question on this topic. Then there was a silence. And in the background, I heard someone say, "What the fudge?" That was the answer that I got to my question on this. I think you'll all agree that that's not the answer of the century. This isn't a joking matter. Perhaps they were surprised to realize that they hadn't mentioned it. It's another missed opportunity. Now we're learning here, as we expected, that there's a huge $343 billion deficit only up until now. That's the bill that's going to come due next March. But only if there isn't a second wave, if there's nothing else added in terms of measures. That's a minimum then. That's where we are today. It's extremely worrisome. Currently, what we're being told by the government, this is surprising but intriguing, something we've learned, is that debt servicing has actually decreased because interest rates have gone down thanks to massive support from the Bank of Canada, and central banks elsewhere in the world have done something similar. So, in the short term, and hopefully in the long term, because we're talking here about obligations that will spread over decades, but it does decrease the interest to pay. like for other countries in the G7 and G20, the government has taken on a huge burden of debt to support the economy during the pandemic. That was the least bad of several bad outcomes. Such a deficit can be justified if it were used to make good spending choices. That's what we want, good spending choices. And I would just like to remind here, transferring $14 billion unconditionally to provinces, that would be a good idea. Modifying the emergency benefit to include work incentives, that would be a good idea. The government should take action here as soon as possible. We expected to see that in today's document. Broaden the wage subsidy so it applies to seasonal sectors like tourism and culture. And what has the government done? Well, it's taken on debt, in many cases, a very long-term debt, 10 to 30 years rather. But we're not hearing about an increase in revenues because the government isn't going to do anything to reduce tax evasion and avoidance. And it's not doing more to tax web giants to make sure that they pay their fair share of taxes and royalties. The government's message today is clear. These giants, banks, and multinational companies that are not paying their taxes will continue to get away with not paying their taxes. And yet, we're having a record level of debt here, but it doesn't seem to change anything about the government's approach. This is serious, and we're going to continue pressuring the government to change it. In the economic projections here, the government is basing itself on private sector predictions, which state that there will be an activity decrease of 6.8% this year, and an increase of 5.5% compensating for that in 2021. But if you look at it year over year, at the end of 2021, we still won't be back to the pre-COVID level of activity. It's what economists call an inverted or a backwards square root sign, because like the mirror image of a square root, things go down and then they come up again, but not as far. Given that this is the case, the government should have reduced uncertainty to a maximum by announcing today changes to their assistance programs and announcing that they were going to be extended over a longer period for economic sectors that need support and that are going to be struggling for longer, like aerospace or culture, for example. In its economic snapshot, the government recognizes what we're hearing from businesses. The rent support program is not working. It is too restrictive. How many requests have been made for this program throughout Canada? You may be wondering, 29,000. If you compare that to the emergency loan of 40,000, there are 700,000 nearly requests there. So it's only 25 times fewer applications. It's clear that this is not working. It needs to be modified and reviewed because it doesn't make no sense that that program has 25 times fewer requests. I see you agree with me, Madam Speaker. Now, with health costs that are skyrocketing, there is an extremely high bill for Quebec and the provinces. This $14 billion that has been announced will only cover a part of the new costs. The conditions that are being imposed here aren't doing anything except further centralizing the power with the federal government and undermining provincial powers. Before the pandemic, the health system was already underfinanced. The parliamentary budget officer stated this clearly. Ottawa is the one that has leeway in this area. Even if significant expenditures are made by Quebec and the provinces, there hasn't been a single transfer of a percent of taxes from the federal government to the provinces since 1964, Lester B. Pearson in 1964. These are important sectors: health, social services, education. The government is negotiating agreements on a case-by-case basis. It is interfering with areas of provincial jurisdiction. It's reducing transfers and increasing conditions and interference. That needs to stop. It's not working. Our public services are being smothered, and Ottawa is not doing enough to help them. They're struggling. Meanwhile, Ottawa is simply increasing centralization. We need this to stop, and I need to repeat what we're asking the government. A good start would be to transfer the $14 billion without conditions. That would at least be a good start. And that's my speech. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Argenteuil,
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My colleague is sketching a portrait of a pandemic that's practically over, that we can go back to normal, that we can start changing these programs. And yet my colleague across the way should know that changing each of these programs would be very difficult for the government in a crisis like this one. We've been modifying programs from week to week. He's making it sound like we're telling people to stay home, don't go back to work, and just take advantage of the money. That's not what we're doing in my riding. In my riding, we're telling people to go back to work. People aren't going to give up a year, or rather, they're not going to give up a permanent job in order to just take advantage of a 1-month benefit. So I would say that changing the eligibility criteria for this would ultimately have made everything more cumbersome and wouldn't have met our goals. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're asking for these programs to be better tailored. It's all very well to say it's too complicated. That was more convincing during the first couple of weeks of the program, but now it's no good anymore. My colleague from Argenteuil La Petite Nation, which is a beautiful part of Quebec, by the way, and it's worth visiting it, he doesn't seem to have understood my speech. We're asking the government to modify these programs in order to increase incentives to go back to work. We're criticizing the government for what it's doing currently. It's ultimately disincentivizing going back to work. And we're not done with this pandemic. There may even be a second wave. And in this document tabled today, it says that there's a lot of concerns about a second wave. Okay. But there's nothing specific there. And then when we look at the budget announced, there's no contingency fund, there's no plan B here. If there were an emergency fund for a second wave, well, that would be a lot better. So, frankly, I would ask my colleague to reread his colleague's own document. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Montmagny-Lizy, Kamarza, Rivière-du-Loup. I have a question for my colleague. It's not a matter of squabbling over who proposed something first between us and the Bloc Québécois. The idea is to put forward proposals to this government to allow employees to get back to work. So I would like to congratulate members of the Bloc who are collaborating with us on this in order to move things forward, because we're still in the thick of this pandemic, as everyone knows. But what we've heard today, $343 billion, that doesn't include future recovery funds, and I would like to ask my colleague to tell us how he feels about that. The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We're talking here about $343 billion. Now, it's not going to need to be reimbursed right away, but that's just the minimum. I'm pretty sure I'd be willing to bet on this that there's going to be more than that by the end of the fiscal year. Because that makes it sound like between today and next March, that the government's not going to spend another red cent. What's going to happen if there's a second wave? What's going to happen then? We're going to need more recovery measures. Look at the important sectors that are struggling. And the green economy, for example. I'm sure my colleague agrees with this. We need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. That would be an investment in the economy of tomorrow. I see my colleague nodding. Listen, we're choosing here to try to find the lesser of multiple evils, and if this money can be used to stimulate the economy and set it back on a firm foundation, I say we should go for it, but things need to be done right, and we're going to get them next time. Our colleagues from the other party. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do greatly appreciate my colleague. He's wonderful on the Finance Committee. Now, we've heard a lot about the lack of revenues for this government, and once again, we see that there's no action. There's no action on tax havens. There's nothing here about tax loopholes. There's no action to tax web giants. There's nothing here. And yet, if the government had taken action on these points, we could have created some more leeway to help people. Does my colleague agree that we need to find new ways for the government to raise income and create a fair tax system in order to help all Canadians? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I totally agree with my colleague. Indeed, it's completely unacceptable to have a tax system here. A tax system where the strongest, the richest, the most well-heeled among us end up doing less to support the economy than the middle class and the most vulnerable among us. We're seeing a government here that's doing more to support the Sheriff of Nottingham than trying to emulate Robin Hood. I've been fighting since 2015 for a more fair system so that we can limit the use of tax havens. This is unacceptable. It's immoral, and in many cases, it's illegal. Here with the pandemic, we're incurring immense amounts of spending, $343 million in deficit, and yet somehow nothing is being done to cut in on these profiteering large companies. We should change that now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague for Joliette. He's very sensitive to the difficulties experienced by people living with a disability, people who day after day have to adapt to the difficulties of everyday life. I understand. I'm glad that he understands that. The Bloc had proposed that today the government could have tabled part of Bill C-17 that would discuss specifically the financial assistance offered to people living with a disability. I would like to ask my colleague for Joliette. Does he feel at all better after reading this economic snapshot? Does he really think that the government will finally show more understanding for the situation of people living with a disability and offer them financial assistance? The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Loire, not only for her question, but for the level of empathy she shows for people living with a disability. I am not at all reassured after reading this document. Not at all. Why? Because this should have been adopted a month ago. It should have been tabled in the House, debated, amended if necessary, and adopted. There was broad consensus in the House to go ahead with that measure. And yet, what did the government do? The government said, well, we don't want any amendment to our bill. Take it or leave it. This is a minority government. That's not how things work. I am by no means reassured about this. Today, the government could have corrected things. It could have tabled a part of that bill. It didn't do it. When is it going to do it? Who knows? But even if it had done it today, that would have been too late. Questions and comments?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Joliette. I'd like to ask him, what does he think of having a guaranteed minimum income system? We've seen that with CERB, there may be a disincentive for those who wish to go back to work, but with a guaranteed minimum income program, well, that's in no way a disincentive, because people can decide to go to work even if they're getting the basic income to allow them to have the basic necessities of life. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, if I understand it correctly, this is a very interesting debate about the guaranteed minimum income. However, in the current framework of our federation, many support measures for social services are are an area of provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. Ottawa has provided some of that support, but putting in place the guaranteed minimum income would mean that there would need to be an agreement between Ottawa and the provinces. And as we can see, when it comes to health, social housing, infrastructure, Ottawa provides part of the funding, but it takes years before coming up with an agreement. Ottawa puts all sorts of conditions on the money. We're still waiting for the social housing transfer. We've been waiting for that for 2 years since it was signed. We were sure that it would all be settled before the election campaign more than a year ago. And so, unfortunately, I would say, Madam Speaker, that in Quebec, the best way to get a guaranteed minimum income would be to first become independent.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the point raised by the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, two things very quickly that I'd like to bring to your attention, Madam Speaker, and that is, one, that an embargoed copy of the document was provided to the Office of the Leader of the Official Opposition. However, it is not the custom or the expectation that bootlegged copies are made of these documents and then distributed to members of recognized parties in the House. The second item is that the custom is that the government distributes documents to members and that they don't seek them out or, again, seek those out from the offices of the recognized parties in this place, and that it is the government that is responsible to provide documents that are presented in the House to all members. The privilege that members have is not given to them through parties or run through the parties. It is run through this House, and that is the point raised by that member, and it's not a judgment to be made on the inaction or action of distribution by those offices of the leaders, but instead by the government's responsibility to provide that information to all members of this place, whether they're participating virtually or in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So again, I will try to answer this to the best of my ability. Obviously, we are working into a very different format at this point in time, and I think we're all learning from this as well. I certainly agree that any documentation provided by the government should be, all members should be privy to that. However, the declaration that was made today, I'm struggling at this point with the format of it, but the government has indicated that that document was provided to the House leaders and to the leader, and therefore those documents should have been at some point distributed to make sure that all members. So no doubt that every member should have been privy to the document. How that was distributed, I think that we will learn from this experience. I will raise this with the Speaker, and I'm sure that the Speaker will add to it in some form, whether directly to the parties or to come back to the House to address that. And therefore, it was a different format than what is normally seen during budgets. And so it wasn't actually a tabling of a budget. And therefore, again, I will leave it to the Speaker to come back should he need to respond to that directly in the House or to the parties. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the very honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby. Madam Speaker, throughout this pandemic, we've been focused on people. We knew that the pandemic's impact on people would be that people would not be able to pay their bills, they would be having trouble and struggles putting food on the table. And so everything we've done in this pandemic has been to push the government to deliver more help to more people. We knew in the beginning that EI would not cover enough Canadians. We know that EI only applies to 40% of Canadians, so we needed to do more than that we needed to push the government to do more than just expanding EI. And so we pushed the government to create CERB and have the amount set at $2,000 per person. And when the Prime Minister wanted to cut off CERB and leave families uncertain about the future, we fought back. New Democrats fought back and we won. But we're not out of the pandemic yet. There's still more that we need to do. Tout au long de cette pandémie.
Throughout the entire length of this pandemic, people have had a hard time paying their bills. They are fighting to feed their families and pay the rent. And we're not yet out of this crisis, this pandemic. Families and our economy need support to keep going on.
When we fought and pushed for the extension of CERB, there are still going to be many families that can't go back to work. There is no work for many people to go back to. Our families, Canadians, and our economy, Canada, needs that support to continue. But with today's fiscal snapshot, we're going to hear from Conservatives who've already laid out and started this argument that that help to Canadians must end. We know that the Liberals will also use the fiscal snapshot as an excuse to cut help to Canadians, to families that need the help. But this fiscal snapshot, though very serious, presents a very important opportunity for a choice. The choice is this. Anytime there is difficulty, we see government after government, in this case Liberal, in the past Conservative, quickly move to putting the pressure on working families, putting the brunt of the pain on everyday families. But they never move to ask the wealthiest, those at the very top, to pay their fair share. So if the government needs to cut costs, they should cut the costs of billions of dollars in giveaways to the wealthiest Canadians. If the government needs to cut costs, and I think the government should, then it should cut the cost of allowing billions of dollars to be lost to offshore tax havens. And if the government needs to increase revenue, which I believe we need to do in this difficult time, we know there are significant companies that have made massive profits during this pandemic, Netflix and Amazon, who pay almost no tax in Canada. And we know that the wealthiest, those at the very top, continue to amass fortunes. So we ask the government to put in place a wealth tax on those who have fortunes of over $20 million. Let's ask the wealthiest to bear the brunt of the pandemic, not the families and the working people who are struggling to get by.
Today, with the economic update, we've heard the Conservatives and Liberals use it as an excuse to try and reduce the support that people are still depending on. Instead of looking for ways to reduce assistance to those who need it most, the Prime Minister and his Liberal government need to stop letting the super rich avoid paying their fair share by giving them big tax giveaways and letting them hide billions in tax havens. If the government needs to cut costs, it should cut the cost of tax havens for our economy. With better choices, the Liberal government could get the wealthiest to pay their fair share.
Let's look at the choices. in a difficult economic situation, it is time for difficult choices. But far too often, the difficult choice always seems to be to cut the programs and services that families depend on, that families desperately need. That seems to be the choice of conservative governments and often liberal governments, that they quickly go to cutting the services and the programs that families that are in need are desperately relying on. But instead of that choice, I put forward another choice. The government can just as well, instead of cutting the services and programs to families in need, cut the giveaways, the massive giveaways to the wealthiest. We've just heard from the Parliamentary Budget Office talking about the $27 billion or more hidden in offshore tax havens. We know that the wealthiest Canadians continue to enjoy more and more wealth. Let's do two things. End offshore tax havens. Ensure that the richest, the wealthiest Canadians, those with fortunes of over $20 million, pay their fair share with a tax on their fortunes of over $20 million, and use that revenue to pay for programs instead of cutting the services that families need. For New Democrats, the choice is clear. We will always be on the side of working people. We will always be on the side of people. We will not side with the powerful large corporations or the super wealthy. Now, throughout this pandemic, we've seen the Prime Minister and the Liberal government say some nice things. And even before, we've seen the Prime Minister and the Liberal government say some nice things. But when it comes down to it, those nice things they've said turn out to just be empty words. And I want to frame these choices and how the words of the Prime Minister have been so empty. We push the government to commit to helping Canadians who live with disabilities. And we push the government to commit to helping them without delay. Now, the Prime Minister then released a plan that does not help all Canadians, and it came months after the last thought was to help out Canadians with disabilities. They completely ignored them, and then when they provided some plan, that plan would not help all people living with disabilities. In fact, it wouldn't even help out the majority of Canadians living with disabilities. They had a choice. They could have included everyone who needed help. They had a choice to include all Canadians living with disabilities. The government, the Liberal government, had the choice and had the time to develop a plan that would help everyone in need. People getting CPP disability, veterans getting support, students, people receiving social assistance payments from provinces or territories. The choice to help making people, their choice was this. The Liberal government chose to make Canadians living with disabilities wait for help. But at the same time, where they told Canadians living with disabilities, you have to wait, you don't get to get the help you need right away, they immediately moved to help large corporations with effectively no restrictions. They wouldn't even restrict help to a company that is overtly cheating the system and not paying their fair share. To companies that use offshore tax havens, like other countries have done, they banned and they said they will not provide any help to a company that is using an offshore tax haven. Canada failed to do that. They helped big corporations that was supposed to go to working people, but instead, they didn't restrict companies receiving help to limit the bonuses paid to their CEOs to $1 million. So they're willing to give money to a company that continues to give help to the largest corporations. Lorsqu'il s'agit de ses amis bien branchés,
when it comes to his well-connected friends, the Prime Minister stops at nothing. But when it's people who are living with a disability, those individuals are waiting for this government to act.
But some quick comparables. Again, Canadians living with disabilities were told to wait, while friends of the government in We received $1 billion in a blink of an eye. The government and the Prime Minister talk about being feminist, but we know that in this pandemic, people living, women have been disproportionately impacted. And there is no recovery. There is no recovery in this economy if we don't accept the gendered lens of the impact and put forward a plan that addresses that gendered impact. And that means there is no recovery without investments in childcare.
Sorry, the time is up. I'm sure that the honourable member will be able to add during the questions and comments to anything he might have not been able to put forward. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll say right up at the beginning, you know, it's been encouraging being on the government side and seeing the much higher sense of cooperation coming from the New Democratic Party in supporting many of the measures in which the government is proposing, contrasted to the official opposition who just opposes no matter what it is that we seem to bring forward, Madam Speaker. And my question to the Leader of the New Democratic Party is more so of one of acknowledgement, and that is to acknowledge, as most Canadians would, that by the different levels of government, and obviously including the federal government and the many different programs that we've put into place, it all assists us in being in a better position to be able to be on a road for a healthier recovery, while at the same time we are saving lives and we are providing a better situation in terms of preventing the loss of lives or providing supports for our frontline services. And I wonder if he could just provide his thought.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Yes. I think it's one of the things that we have to really highlight when it comes to the response of this government has been that at every step of the way, the Liberal government has tried to do as little as possible. And it was only after we pushed and fought and demanded more for people that we were able to get more for people. And it wasn't like the Liberal government was going to do it anyways, or if it was a matter of speed. It was a matter of just not understanding the severity of the problem. And again, we see that with the lack of help for Canadians living with disabilities, that was a choice. Again, we see that with the lack of real commitments to helping women return to work. Knowing that women have been disproportionately impacted, we need to make sure the recovery plan addresses that by ensuring that there is a real plan to giving financing and support to childcare, which has been devastated as a result of this pandemic. So in moving forward, we need to put forward real solutions that address the problems that people are faced with, and we know that Liberal government won't do it unless we fight and push them to do so.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Louis Saint Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Member for his speech, always interesting, and even if we disagree on maybe nearly 90% of each and every issue, I do. This is what democracy is all about. Madam Speaker, we have seen this government spending billions of dollars in the last month with the result of that. Si on regarde la situation d'aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président.
If we look at today's situation, Canada is unfortunately the worst off among G7 countries. Highest unemployment, only G7 country to have lost its credit rating going from AAA to AA, and no plan for economic reopening. What is the vision of the NDP's leader when it comes to these issues?
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. When it comes to reopening the economy, many people are talking about how to go about it. When I think about this, when I reflect on how to reopen the economy, we can't go back to the old normal. The old normal is a situation where the most essential workers were the least paid, where seniors in nursing homes were the most impacted by the pandemic. What I want to see with the reopening of the economy is emphasis on improving our social programs, improving healthcare services, and that's how we can move forward. We have time for a brief question.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've heard much from my constituents about how disappointed they are that Parliament would be shut down. And I can't help but think that it's ironic whenever the leader of the fourth party in this House tweets out, the government should be doing this, that, or the other thing. And maybe they'd be able to, except that they voted to shut Parliament down. So my question is simple. Does he regret partnering with the Liberals in shutting down Parliament?
The honourable member for Burnaby South, a brief answer, please.
Yes, well, two things. First off, it's I would just remind the member where he is right now while he's speaking. This would not have happened but for our ability to be able to bring this forward. This is something we negotiated. But secondly, the member has to be very careful. The Conservative Party talks a lot about the importance of Parliament, but if you look at their attendance record, it doesn't really show that they think that is as important. So that is something that is somewhat problematic. When they raise a concern on one hand, it also draws a criticism on the other, and it doesn't look very good for the member or his party.
Before I go to the point of order, I do want to remind members, including the member for Battle River Crowfoot, that when someone else has the floor, that they shouldn't be shouting out or heckling during that time. I think that it's very disrespectful, and I think that every member needs to be listened to and heard, although we may not be in agreement, or you may not be in agreement with what is being said. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and your point is well taken, and I do apologize that I do get impassioned in debate. My point of order is about referencing the attendance of members within this House. I know it was brought up a number of times during the previous COVID committee.
I'm going to rule that as a debate, and because the honourable member did not mention anybody in particular, and therefore it's not a point of order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has another point of order.
Yeah, I would speak to that previous point of order that he's specifically referencing the proceedings of what he is calling movement within this House, and
I would just indicate that he did not identify anybody in particular, and therefore the point of order is out of order. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, any Canadian who wants to know what the attendance figures can look on the House of Commons website, and they will see the respective parties and which party, which will remain nameless, had only 40% attendance during the course of the last month. And the member from who just spoke could perhaps defend that record at some point. Madam Speaker, ça me fait plaisir de parler aujourd'hui.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the economic update. However, as the leader of the NDP has just said, we cannot say that everyone can agree on the fact that all of these programs cover everyone, because it is clear that some people have slipped through the cracks, including disabled persons. The exact number, $750 million for banks, but nothing for the disabled in Canada. 3 million Canadians live with a serious disability in Canada, so that has to be fixed. The government has to do something. I know the NDP leader and the NDP caucus is pushing the government on that point. The government has to do something. It has to address that issue, and it needs to help persons living with disabilities in Canada.
Repeat the very eloquent words of the leader of the NDP in terms of talking about this economic snapshot and the reality of this government not addressing the revenue side in any way, which allows us to make the investments that will help people. He said it very eloquently. I think his words stand. What I would like to talk about is what a moment we are in at this time, in this place, in this country. The finance minister just stood in the House and said that all hands on deck, we are all in this together. And I think, given the many neglected groups that we have been raising in the House, it's very clear that that is not the case yet. And it is not the case that Canada is responding the way it should to this pandemic. And to understand what we need to do now and what we need to do moving forward, we can look at the historical precedents of the Great Generation and the Second World War. Now, Madam Speaker, you're well aware of this. In the 1920s, we had, as we do today, incredible inequalities, a concentration of wealth that has not been repeated until now. In 1929, it reached its zenith. Today, as we know, because the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has told us, 1% of Canadians now possess as much wealth as 80% of Canadians. That was the case in 1929, and that was one of the reasons why we had the Great Depression, a collapse of our economy. And then Canadians joined the fight against fascism, and Canadians went overseas. Many left their lives. Many did not survive. 2 members of my family are on the cenotaph in New Westminster in front of the City Hall. And so many other families across this nation sacrificed. And at that time, Madam Speaker, that generation said that we are in a watershed moment. We do not want to go back to the old normal, the normal of inequalities, the great economic meltdown that we saw. We want to build a better society. I'm not pretending, Madam Speaker, that the great generation was perfect. Of course, they did not deal with the reality of colonialism and addressing reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. They did not address systemic racism. They did not address those realities, and the devastation is still felt today. But despite the fact that that generation was not perfect, they did have a vision. And that vision was based on public investments and making sure that, as far as possible, nobody was left behind, that we would build, with public investment, a better country. And they set to work. And Madam Speaker, in my home in New Westminster, we were part of the house that my family and I reside in, built in 1948. We're part of the 300,000 affordable housing units that were built across the length and breadth of our country after the Second World War by people, that great society that decided that they were not going to return to the old normal, that they were going to build a better society, a more equitable and fair society. They built affordable housing. They built the network of hospitals and healthcare centers. And Madam Speaker, as you know, that generation, the great generation following the Second World War, also under the leadership of Tommy Douglas in a minority parliament, much like this one, put in place our universal healthcare center system that stands today as a pillar of one of the things that Canadians are most proud of. We built a system of education, colleges and universities, and high schools. We built highways and public transit. We ensured that there were water systems in many places. We neglected First Nations communities, there's no doubt. But there was a desire to build a new normal that was better than the old normal. And Madam Speaker, we are facing that same watershed moment today. As the leader of the NDP, the member from Burnaby South, has said so eloquently in this House, we have to build a better normal, a new normal. We have to be inspired by the great generation and how they responded to the Second World War. And what does that mean, Madam Speaker, when we talk about a new normal? What does that mean? Well, it means no longer accepting the idea that we are not going to, in a very real sense, end colonialism and put in place true and meaningful, lasting reconciliation with First Nations and Métis people. It means that we must fight, and the member from Burnaby South is the foremost leader in this House of Commons on this issue. We must fight and eliminate systemic racism in all our institutions and in our society. And we must be inspired by the great generation in terms of public investments, ensuring that nobody is left behind, whether we're talking about people with disabilities, whether we're talking about First Nations communities, whether we're talking about single-parent families. We need to make those public investments so that our new normal is different and much, much better than the old normal. I mean, the sobering statistics of the last few decades, after the great generation had finished its work, the subsequent governments, and I criticize equally Liberals and Conservatives in this regard, cut into pieces all that had been built following the Second World War. Cut into pieces that public financing, cut into pieces what was a fair tax system where everybody, rich or poor, paying their fair share of taxes, profitable corporations not being able to take their money offshore, but rather investing it in public investments here. Well, that was cut into pieces in subsequent decades. And now we have this watershed moment of great sacrifice that we are seeing from our frontline healthcare workers and first responders, putting their lives on the line every day. We've seen the devastation in our long-term care facilities. We've seen how people have stepped up, but we've also seen the horrible results and consequences of the thousands of lives lost in Canada. Their lives lost must stand for something. And that means we need to step up, both during the pandemic to make sure that nobody is left behind. And as the member from Burnaby South said eloquently just a few minutes ago, that starts with people with disabilities who have received no supports during this pandemic. And it means coming out in the rebuilding phase, that we have to build that new normal much better than the old. One that addresses the needs of everybody in this country. One that ensures meaningful national reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, that eliminates the systemic racism that we have seen afflict our country, like so many others, and to make sure that we put in place all of the investments that need to be put into place for the recovery. Things like childcare, things like access to post-secondary education, and the kind of job creation that comes with moving to a clean energy economy, which the member from Burnaby South has also spoken very eloquently to. We have a new normal to establish, Madam Speaker, and the NDP caucus is ready to work with all members of Parliament. So coming out of this pandemic, we have a much better country than going in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Within the Liberal caucus, members virtually on a daily basis are bringing forward ideas and thoughts in terms of what it is that we could be doing in order to improve the many different programs we've brought in over the last few months to support Canadians. And this is something in which we have taken seriously, not only from government members, but also from opposition members, recognizing that we need to have that higher sense of cooperation in order to provide the better services that Canadians are going to need in a time of a pandemic. Madam Speaker, we've seen that through direct assistance, through CERB, through wage subsidy, through direct support for seniors, childcare, families, businesses, and so much more, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member to the degree in which we do need to take this opportunity and to continue to explore ways in which we can better the system. We can maybe even continue on with some of the things that we started when we first took government 4, 5, 6 years ago, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts in terms of just continuing the momentum on many of those social policies that we started in the last number of months.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster. Burnaby,
thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't disagree with the member, but we have raised repeatedly issues in this House that actually received the support of all members of Parliament. People with disabilities. It has now been 3 months since a motion passed unanimously through this House calling on the government to move immediately, without delay, to putting in place supports for all people with disabilities in this country. We are now 3 months later. Those Canadians with disabilities are struggling to put food on the table, to keep a roof over their head, and they have received no supports at all, despite the collaboration of every single member of Parliament. The government needs to act, and we know that they can act quickly. When the banks came, and they didn't consult Parliament, $750 billion, $750 billion was handed out without batting an eye. It is time now for people with disabilities. We have passed.
I'm sorry. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. On Monday, I had an opportunity to visit Suncor and Shell facilities in my own riding and just see the incredible adaptations that are happening in the energy sector to allow people to be able to continue to work, but all kinds of innovations in terms of safety protocols around ensuring that there isn't the spread of COVID-19. And really, that's what we need to do. We need to adapt so that people can get back to work. And I hear the members of the NDP talking about using this opportunity to dramatically change aspects of our social system, and we can obviously have those debates. But our central goal needs to be, I hope the member agrees, giving people the greatest possible opportunity to work in a safe way by supporting the deployment of adaptations. That's going to involve some changes, some expansion of certain sectors perhaps. I wonder if the member could comment on if he supports the Conservative proposal for a back-to-work bonus to help ensure that it is always more profitable for people to be able to return to work.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the member knows, I came out of the oil and gas industry. I'm a former refinery worker at the Shelburne Refinery in Burnaby, British Columbia, now closed, as did so many refineries, because we basically gutted the manufacturing and transformation part of that sector. And so I am a strong advocate for clean energy and believe in getting energy workers back to work in the clean energy sector. There is no doubt when we look at climate change, the climate emergency is already costing us $5 billion a year. In terms of economic costs, that is only going to accelerate, Madam Speaker, as you're well aware. That'll go to $50 billion over the next 2 decades. So we have to act now. And that means providing supports for that transition to clean energy. Now, the member also cites a transition in CERB. We have been pushing, as he's well aware, on transitional measures within the wage subsidy so that the wage subsidy is open to all businesses and nonprofits. We have not seen action from the government yet on that, but that is our priority for the moment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on the territory of the Algonquin Nation and once again express deep appreciation for their patience and generosity, make which. Today we look at the first ever in the history of Canada, tabled by a Minister of Finance, economic snapshot. We used to see full budgets, and we used to then have economic statements. But I am not going to find fault with the fact that we have a snapshot at the moment, because it's hard to know what else we could have. More economic information is always helpful, more transparency is always helpful, and it is clear that the Minister of Finance has made himself available to all parties in this place on a very frequent basis as we chart uncharted waters. Nothing has been perfect. Everything would have been better if delivered faster. But no one's ever gone through anything like this. No other government, no other generation. I suppose we could look at Black Death, but we didn't have access to Zoom meetings then, and we didn't have the ability to chart our course at all. So I would say that on balance, we've been doing as well, and in many cases better, than any government or any country around the world. That's saying something. But it's clearly a dismal economic forecast. We have now over $1 trillion in debt, and we have a deficit this year of $343 billion. It's not going to be easy to get out of this crisis, but it's very clear that our economic health is intrinsically tied to our personal health.
As the report says, and I quote, "The way forward towards a greener future remains uncertain, and it is closely connected to public health. And the area of public health is also uncertain. It's obvious that today we are living through a pandemic."
This is not normal spending. Nothing about this is normal. But it's not disastrous. We have a path out of the economic disaster that is completely dependent on our path out of the health nightmare in which we find ourselves. It's never been as clear that
the economy stands behind nature today. Nature is the boss.
It's humanity if we needed reminding that we're not in charge. We can have the best economic plans, we can have the best fiscal plans, we can have, as we had before this pandemic, the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We had full employment. We now have significant unemployment. None of this was foreseeable. A microscopic virus, a parasite, has attacked humanity. It leaves the animals alone for once. It's focused on humanity, and we spread it through our travel. We spread it through community spread. We've now learned all these new phrases, and we had to flatten that curve. The spending, for the most part, that we find described in this document was spending agreed to, and I think this speaks so well of us as parliamentarians. The spending was agreed to by unanimous consent. We rolled out extraordinary measures. We now know the names, the CERB. We're used to it now, our COVID emergency relief benefit, to millions of Canadians. Rolled out help to businesses in the CEBA. We rolled out help in the wage subsidy. These things have helped our economy from being worse off than we now are. It held the drop in GDP to probably about 3 points less of a drop than we would have had. That's what the economic snapshot tells us. So our economy is doing better, and our health is doing better, because our health and the economy are completely linked. I want to make the other point, of course, that our economy is also not in charge of the climate emergency. We, as human beings, can no more rewrite the genetic code of the COVID-19 virus than we can rewrite atmospheric chemistry. We cannot rewrite the rules of physics that mean that the climate emergency is a larger threat to our long-term survival than COVID-19. We can revisit and potentially rewrite some of our economic rules, because we made those up. Humanity invented those. We can revisit them. We can certainly, for instance, consider that now might be a good time while we talk about unprecedented threats and unprecedented economic downturn. Frequent reference has been made, including by the Parliamentary Budget Office, to the fact that the comparisons with where we are now are not against where we were in 2008, 2009, but more reasonably the end of the Second World War and during the Second World War. Our spending matches more of what we saw then. Our recovery will also match more of what we saw then, which means I mentioned in this House a few months ago, I'll mention again, I think Canada should step up in a lead role globally, or at least be a catalyst as a catalytic lead role, and say, isn't it time to have something akin to the Bretton Woods Conference again? Don't we need to rethink what's the role of the World Bank, the Bretton Woods institutions that were created then, to help chart the global economy to recovery post-war? They worked then. International Monetary Fund set fixed currency rates. Since the Bretton Woods institutions and since that conference, the IMF has been relieved of fixing currency rates. We rewrote those rules. Maybe we need to rewrite some other rules. We are looking at a threat to life globally around the world in a post-pandemic famine threat to hundreds of millions of people around the world. And I know it's conventional wisdom for Canadians to say, we can't ask people when they're suffering in Canada to think about the poorest of the poor, but I think we have to. We will emerge from this crisis, this economic crisis, and the COVID-19 crisis, better off than most any other country on earth. And if hundreds of millions of people are dying from lack of food all around the world, that will not fail to reach our shores somehow. But we also have a role to play. And I think we really need to talk about forgiving all developing country debt from all around the world, so these countries that are the poorest of the poor have a fighting chance, with additional help for food security, to avoid the deaths of hundreds of millions of people, which are now predicted by United Nations relief and food agencies. We also need to rethink the fairness within Canada. This document makes it very clear that Finance Canada understands the need for childcare as I have never seen any Finance Canada document understand the need for childcare. It's clear that people who are looking at our economic health and recovery understand that parents can't go back to work if schools are closed, or if schools aren't safe, or if daycares aren't open, or if they don't have a daycare space. And as I say parents, and it happens there are a number of women MPs at the House at the moment, don't think it fails, and men who understand it too. Thank you to my honourable colleague who is smartly masked. Women, mothers, are the ones who are more likely to be staying home. This is a threat, a demographic threat, an economic threat, that likes of which we haven't seen since the 1960s. The idea that, well, if things are bad and there's no child care, women will stay home. We know that's an economic blow we can't risk, and we know that's a step back in women's rights that we won't accept. We need child care for every child, and we need to be really creative about how we get there. This document points to what's called the Safe Restart Agreement. That is the $14 billion not yet allocated, not yet spent by the federal government to assist provinces. But $14 billion will not cover the 7 items on this list: child care, sick leave, health care capacity, and specifically looking at long-term care homes. I recently was talking to Shauna Stewart, who's the head of the union that represents long-term care workers across Canada, 60,000 workers. She told me that most of those workers are not yet back at work because they don't think the long-term care homes are a safe place for them to work. As long as long-term care homes are in the hands of for-profit enterprises, we cannot be sure that our seniors are going to be well cared for, nor that the workforce who goes in to take care of them, the frontline workers there, are safe, not to mention what kind of food people are served when you decide that you can cut corners every which way to make a profit in a long-term care home. We need to take a look at this federally. We need to figure out how we make Canada Health Act apply for national standards for long-term care homes. There's not enough money in this $14 billion, even for what the municipalities need by themselves, and they're 1 item out of 7 on the list. We need to do more. We need to be prepared to spend more. So with that, I'm going to focus as well on a point made earlier by my colleague from Burnaby. We still, although it's mentioned in here as though it's spent, we still have not done a single thing for people with disabilities. My colleague from New Westminster Burnaby, I'm afraid I abbreviated the name of his riding. The document we have in front of us was written as though the events on June 10th in this place had gone differently. June 10th in this place, the government agreed to split out of a bill that was not acceptable because it involved clawbacks and criminal penalties related to CERB. That was the main thing I found objectionable. But the one-time tax-free payment for Canadians with a valid disability tax credit, in order to be able to do that, we needed to make a legislative change in this place so that that information could be shared from CRA so that the one-time tax credit benefit could go to people receiving the disability tax credit. Bear in mind, that is not the full range of people living with disabilities in Canada who need help, but at least it was a step, and I wanted to take that step. And when we asked for unanimous consent, we didn't get it. Shame on those who said no. We had that one step to take. The Liberal House leader put it before us for unanimous consent, and it should have gone through. But we have to figure out how to get help to people with disabilities, and we have to do it quickly. There are a number of areas that remain unmet, needs that are unmet, and that's in the context of the immediate crisis. When we get past the immediacy of the crisis and build towards restarting our economy, that's where I think we really need to think big. I don't know how many of you noticed the column by Brian Mulroney that appeared as a full-page ad in the Globe and Mail, the back page of one day's paper a few weeks ago. I was pleased to see him call for guaranteed livable income. That's one of the things that I think my colleagues, they're all shaking, they're all agreeing from the benches of the New Democratic Party and Greens. We are firm in our desire to see the CERB transfer over time and quickly to a guaranteed livable income. In the other place, the leader of the Independent Senate group asked the Parliamentary Budget Office to look at this and found it would be cheaper than CERB to do it. But that's even without taking into account the savings that would accrue to our public health care system, to our correction system. We need to move to guaranteed livable income as part of the next transformative step. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby talked about what happened in this House in the late 1960s, early 70s, when Tommy Douglas and David Lewis and in the government of the Right Honourable Lester B. Pearson put in place the fundamentals of our social safety net. We haven't taken a significant transformative step since. We need to bring in pharmacare. We need to bring in guaranteed livable income. These are the steps that we need when we reimagine our future post-pandemic. We can build back to build back better. We can make sure we don't bounce back, but bounce forward. There are many ways that the phrases are circulating these days in a very active, robust discussion. But that discussion isn't on the fringes when it's Brian Mulroney, our former Prime Minister, progressive conservative, talking about what we need to do, that we need to think big, that we need to be bold. I really loved his takeaway line, quote, "Incrementalism builds increments." We are not in a place right now, dear friends, to build increments. We need to rebuild our economy. We need to restart our economy, and we need to do it in a way that leaves no one behind, including the poorest of the poor wherever they are around the world. We need to step up and take a role that says the climate agenda can't wait. The climate emergency doesn't wait. The climate negotiations for 2020 are postponed till 2021. But if we decide that climate action can also be postponed to 2021, we will certainly play a dangerous game of Russian roulette with our children's future. We need to ensure that as we go forward, and yes, we will need to continue spending, that we invest in renewable energy, in energy efficiency for all of our buildings in retrofits, and we need to also look at things according to global studies on what stimulates the economy best, gets people back to work, and makes a big difference, including things as simple as tree planting, lots of it. So as I look at this economic and fiscal snapshot, I have to say that I find it encouraging. Very few people could look at a fiscal snapshot that says $343 billion deficit and find it encouraging. But we're facing it. And in looking at the economic indicators and our own strength as a nation in being able to handle this, we can. We are very, very fortunate that we went into this with the economic health and the strength that we did. We have a lot of companies that are still struggling. We mustn't let, if we can help it, we have to help avoid bankruptcies. We have to help small business. We have to ensure our municipalities receive the help they need. And to do that, the federal government must continue to spend. To do otherwise, to be frightened by people who say, well, look at the red ink, is to risk a deep depression. We are going to have to continue to go down this road. And the best way to do that, I believe now, is to look at modern monetary theory and ask ourselves why we want to borrow from commercial banks when, as long as we're dealing with sovereign wealth and sovereign debt, we can borrow from ourselves and keep those funds within Canada and not let us be at the mercy of commercial banks or New York bond raiders. It's time to say, what do we do as a sovereign nation? How do we embrace our future and do it without the, I don't want to say bean counter, narrow-minded, lack of vision kinds of folks out there, I want to say, let's be as positive about this as we can be. Let's be innovative. When we look at the problem, for instance, for schools opening, we know that schools can't open because there's not enough space to have physical distancing for the children because the schools are small compared to what's going to be needed. We've got to stop thinking about jurisdictional barriers and be really creative. Where is there a lot of empty space for school children? I think it's the convention centers that are going to stay empty. Can't we think past our own jurisdictional constitutional boundaries for once and say, this is an emergency. If we want kids back at school and we want teachers back teaching them, which is what teachers want, where do we have assets that can be mobilized quickly? It's now early July. Schools are supposed to open in September. Nobody really has a plan that I can see. So yes, we need childcare. Yes, we need our schools opening. Yes, we need to work together federally, provincially, municipally, with Indigenous governments, Métis, Inuit, First Nations. Every set of smart, innovative, creative Canadians need to come to the table. And when we come to the table, let's come not ready to bash each other down, but help bring each other up. Because as Canadians, we know we are blessed. We know we are not out of the woods yet, we know that. But we're smart enough to know we listen to the science. We have to listen to the science on COVID-19. We have to listen to the science on the climate emergency. And we have to look to those who are the most innovative, the most creative throughout our economy. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity for sharing some thoughts about this snapshot, which I hope I have delivered back to everyone in what we no longer have, Kodak full-color spectrum Kodachrome. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
And always it's a pleasure to listen to my friend and colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. I'm on one coast of this country and she's on the other. I've been in Ottawa the last couple of days with another colleague on FIWO, Status of Women meetings, and it was very clear that we heard the impact that COVID-19 has had on women from coast to coast to coast. Indigenous women, women of color, women in the new workforce, women in the old workforce. And we also heard the finance minister make mention of that today, the impact that COVID-19 is having severely on women in our country. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague going forward as we look down the road of recovery, what advice does she have for my minister, the Minister of Women and Gender Equality, of how we get women back on the level playing field and how we get our economy going, knowing that women is a good part of it?
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I want to thank my friend from Long Range Mountains. This document is exceptional for the depth of analysis on gender-based analysis of a statement. I don't think I've ever seen Annex 1 of this for people watching us from home is taking it program by program, sector by sector. How has the COVID-19 pandemic affected women? So the gender-based assessment is clear. I would say the answer is three things: childcare, childcare, childcare. Women right now are at risk of being put back in the home because there's no one else to look after the kids, and we need childcare.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate a couple of the attitudes that the honourable member mentioned in her speech, and that's the need for creativity and the need to be positive. And when it comes to the need for creativity, I wish there was more creative thinking in terms of making sure that Parliament could have sat over the last 3 months so we could have had fulsome and regular debates, including private members' business and whatnot, over these past number of months as this country faced an unprecedented crisis. And certainly when it comes to the attendance of of members. I know a number of members that are not listed in the minutes, as some of my other colleagues have mentioned, because they had to watch on CPAC because of technical challenges. So I wish that creativity could have been exercised in this place. But specifically to my honourable friend across the way, I think that unleashing that positive entrepreneurial spirit is absolutely key to a good recovery. And I know that there are many examples, specifically within the energy sector in my constituency, cutting-edge environmental science that is moving our world-class energy industry forward. But we need a plan to move forward. And unfortunately, the fiscal update today did not outline a plan to move forward. It was simply that looking back. And I wonder if the member agrees that over the last number of months, the 700-plus staff in the Department of Finance could have been working on a budget that certainly I would have been happy to sit this summer and debate, so that we as Canadians and as members of Parliament could see the plan for this country going forward, as opposed to a fiscal selfie that simply talks about the $350-some billion deeper in the red that will be.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I thank my friend for Battle River Crowfoot for giving me the perfect opportunity to say, I can't imagine how we could be sitting physically in this place without being a threat to the health of the people in our communities at home and to our own health. And I don't understand why the Conservatives persist in saying we could be sitting here. All we need, and I'm begging the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot to be the voice of reason within his caucus, let us vote remotely. We're voting from home in British Columbia's legislature, which includes some very far-flung areas. We are voting remotely in British Columbia. Other countries are voting remotely. If we could vote remotely, we could bring forward private members' bills. We could bring forward the bill that's languishing for medical assistance in dying reform, which is desperately needed. We could be bringing forward the legislation we need for a Climate Accountability Act. We are in this place unable to pass something as simple as allowing the Government of Canada to have eyes on who receives the disability tax credit because of a refusal to go with unanimous consent. We need to vote remotely. In a pandemic, not otherwise, but in a pandemic, we need to function fully.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to comment and ask a few questions of the minister or the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I was moved by the comments we've heard from the member for Burnaby South, the New Westminster Burnaby, and the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. In terms of building back better, in terms of our opportunity to do this, one of the things that I notice is that what we have right now is a global pandemic, and it will require a global response. And we understand that we can't stop the pandemic if we try to be insular within Canada. So I really did appreciate the comments that the member made, but I wonder if she would agree with me that we would love to see a recommitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. It's the high-level political forum at the United Nations right now, virtually, of course, but whether or not we should be reconfirming to our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, and whether we could have a 1% of our COVID spending, just 1% of our COVID spending, going to help those around the world that are suffering so much at this time.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And I want to also thank the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona for her leadership on the issues that relate to ending poverty globally. I do wear the pin, this pin for people who are wondering. The public health officer for the province of Quebec wears it. So people say to me, well, where did you get that, from Quebec? This is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and Canada is committed to them. We should recommit, and it is absolutely appropriate to say our goal should be 0.7% long-term of our GNI going to overseas development assistance. And in this pandemic, 1% of COVID spending must go to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting statistic out of the Surrey Board of Trade in British Columbia. Since the pandemic, BC has lost about 350,000 jobs. But of that, about 250,000, or about 72%, represent people in precarious work. And I think we can do better. As we go forward, and I'd like the honourable member from Saanich and Gulf Islands to comment on this. We can do better for them, not just for them individually, but as people who represent a wasted resource in Canada. This is human energy that we're frittering away on work of relatively low value. And I'm wondering what she would see in the future that would lift these people up and lift all of Canada up along with them.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable friend from Fleetwood Port Kells. He's absolutely right. We've talked about this before, that what we accepted as normal in the past wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough in terms of long-term care homes. It wasn't good enough in terms of people being left behind in our economy, falling through the cracks. It wasn't good enough for people dealing with the opioid crisis. And for particularly young people, there are a lot of people in what gets called now the gig economy. No job security, very precarious circumstances. One of the best ways to deal with this is guaranteed livable income. That everybody knows they've got enough for their bare maintenance needs to stay above the poverty line, and then you earn income beyond that. We're going to be hit. I mean, the world of work was going to change soon anyway, and the Canadian Labour Congress did a big study on this, by artificial intelligence. We have to plan ahead for some rather large headwinds that we still haven't faced, and one of them is AI, the other is the climate emergency, and we continue to deal with pandemic. It means, I think, we create a social safety net that really does ensure that everybody is at least able to keep a roof over their head and their kids fed, and after that, you keep working and you figure out how you're going to make money, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a school teacher, whether you're a frontline healthcare worker. You need to know that you're not so precarious that it would only mean one lost paycheck and you fall between the cracks.
Questions and comments? We have time for about a 30-second question and maybe a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague raised many issues. I just wanted to pick up on the issue of long-term care. Clearly an important issue, and we have to think about how we do better, how we support people better. And I think sometimes we get caught in this dichotomy between private for-profit and public provision, forgetting that a lot of services are delivered through private not-for-profit. And when you have private not-for-profits, there's generally so much more engagement of volunteer hours, involvement in the community. This can produce very good outcomes. But we also have a problem, and it's represented by the Delta Hospice, which is close to where the member maybe gets off when she's taking the ferry to Vancouver, which is that when there is a threat to the ability of institutions to exist according to their own values, to define the protection of their own conscience, that drives certain organizations out of participation in private not-for-profit care. Would the member agree that we want to increase the involvement of private not-for-profits, and one way to do that is to ensure the protection of conscience for those that are volunteering their time and efforts in order to provide a good long-term care for our seniors? Good question.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands in 30 seconds or less.
I have just enough time to thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. No, I think I have a little bit more time than that. I couldn't agree more about the role played by private not-for-profit. There are wonderful care homes in my riding, operated not by government agencies, obviously, but by nonprofit societies. And I do agree we need to protect rights of conscience for individual workers. At the institutional level, it becomes far more difficult, and I think we will part company on the questions relating to some of the tangential but perhaps core elements of why he asked the question. I agree we need to look at nonprofit, privately run healthcare facilities and really celebrate the work of the volunteers in those facilities.
Il est mon devoir de vous faire savoir.
It is my duty to inform the House that the committee will that the motion is now considered expired and the motion is deemed withdrawn.
Now, I have a statement on the question of privilege raised on July 8th, 2020 by the Leader of the Opposition concerning remarks made in Committee of the Whole. I would like to return to the question of privilege raised earlier today by the Leader of the Opposition concerning allegedly misleading responses to questions. Allegations of this nature have been raised in the House in the past, and the Speaker sometimes found a prima facie question of privilege and, at other times, has found it was a matter of a dispute as to facts. Today, however, The situation is somewhat particular in that the question of privilege was raised in a committee of the whole, and that the procedure for dealing with them is quite different than it is in the House.
To add to the complexity of the situation, the work of the Committee of the Whole today and later this summer is strictly governed by an order of the House that limits its deliberations and requires that it now adjourn this sitting. However, according to that same motion, the Committee of the Whole will be meeting again in 2 weeks.
Accordingly, with the indulgence of the honourable members, I propose to look further into this issue and to return to the committee at the next meeting. I thank all the members for their attention. Minister for point of order for the Honourable Minister.
It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official language the 2020 snapshot.
Proud to be able to submit and table in both official languages the Economic and Fiscal Snapshot 2020.
Avant que la Chambre adjourne,
Before the House adjourns, I would like to take a moment to highlight the significance of today's sitting.
Be accustomed to this hybrid format for the Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the first hybrid sitting of the House of Commons. While it is still in a limited format today, it is impressive to witness how this institution has adapted to meet the challenges of these exceptional times while still maintaining our important traditions, procedures, and practices. Je tiens à exprimer.
I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the dedicated employees of the House Administration, Parliamentary Protective Service, and the interpretation team for all of the hard work that went into preparing and supporting this special sitting.
Pursuant to order made Tuesday, May 26, 2020, the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020 at noon. Thank you. Merci.